if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alfred.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alfred.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running.
Sorry for what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. I changed my background a little bit, guys, so I got a tapestry, but I don't have the lighting right, I don't think. So I'm kind of working on the set a little bit, but this is just kind of what it's going to be like tonight. So I wanted to say hi to everybody that came in. Austin Shay, thank you for being #1 there. Thank you, Hey Jude and Connie S. Good to see all you guys. Just me, Sam I Am. I saw Wait What. I saw Prayer Warrior. We have Denise tonight. We have Tony. Good to see you, Panda Bear's mom, Megan Els. And then we have Cece and Tina Girls. So we have everybody here. So it's so nice to see everyone. Hey, Freebird. Good to see you. Aw, good to see you, Freebird. Missed you a lot. So I know things have been so busy the last couple days. And hey, Sammy, good to see you. I do not like to get up here when things are really like thick. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like when I don't have all the information, I wasn't there. I don't have like a big inside source kind of a thing. I just, report on what I hear and what I see, right? And kind of really like to see receipts on things, because it's hard to tell what's what if you don't have proof of it, right? So so glad to see you, Tony. I'm glad you're here tonight. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, good to see you. So we're gonna get into it. I did take some clips, and this is kind of my style, right? I take clips from other places, and then I kind of piece together what might have happened by people who were there. So Clueminati was there, and you know, I'm glad that she's reporting how she feels about things, right? Just being there. That way we know kind of what has gone on, right? But then also, I wanted to hear from Bullhorn Betty because she had an update on her court case, right? So I've included some clips about that. And then Yada, who was Katie's cousin, had come out and kind of dropped some bombshells on Clueminati's channel again, right? So all of this was happening on Clueminati's channel mostly. And so I was over there kind of watching what was going on because it seemed like all of a sudden Yada decided that she wanted to jump up on panel, but then Chris Proudfoot jumped up on panel, and then Chris Proudfoot also has spoke on a panel. Now, America's Most Wanted spoke with all three parents. And then we have Dateline, who did an article, which I've never really watched Dateline in an article. Like, I've read articles, I guess, from Dateline, but usually there's a show. So I don't know if there's going to be a show or if it's just going to be this article, but I figured I could read it to you all tonight and we can discuss because, in my opinion, it seems like Katie has added different kind of details and there are some direct quotes in there. So I wanted to also shout out to Hindsight because she uploaded a form to where it kind of scrolls through, right? And we can read it and you could read it as I read it to you if you'd like to read along, something like that. Yeah, Yada, yep, and Yada, yeah, Freebird. I mean, Yada really said some different things in the interview, right? And there's no way that I can really put into a video unless I was to do like one of my long 3-hour ones that I used to do, which those take a little bit of time to do. So it's not that I wouldn't do that for you all if that's what you wanted, but it would just take me a little bit longer because there's a lot to go through, right? And so she flipped the script, Sam. I felt like that too. I felt like she flipped the script and was saying some very different things. So, and I didn't include it, but I did see a post from Bullhorn Betty where there was a text message that was kind of, like really cheering hard for her, like on Yada's side, right? Like Yada was talking more or less very highly of what Bullhorn Betty was doing, what her role in Sebastian's case is. And so as a creator, I'm a much smaller creator than Betty is, but whenever you get messages like that, it's really nice. It makes you feel good and you think, okay, I'm on the right track, right? So it didn't seem like anything was off or anything there, but it seems like there was some kind of issues where, and we talk about this a lot, but just kind of, maybe even a jealousy kind of a thing where I'm not getting the attention that I'm seeking out or something like that. So that was kind of my take on what happened in that situation, and I could be wrong. You all might have different thoughts, but I always want you all to feel like you can have whatever thoughts that you want, right? So that's important to me. And then also, you know, making sure that I kind of track down maybe some semblance of the truth, because it's very difficult to it's super difficult to piece together the truth when we really don't know what's what. And so that's why I kind of like to hear from different sources, and everyone's perspective is going to be different, right? Because you have Bullhorn Betty on the fifth floor, and she's looking down onto something that's transpiring. So we have a lot of interesting clips to go over tonight, and then I'd like to go over Chris and Katie's story that they gave to Dateline. It seemed like Katie was talking more, or maybe they took more of her answers, and you'll see. But it also, I think that with Chris and Katie, he didn't really say much until the end. And we do hear from Sheriff Craddock because he emailed them. I was on Chris's side. That's how bad it was. Holly S. Oh man, I know. Well, I'm glad to hear that they went to Dateline. I think that's good. I'm surprised that Dateline didn't want to do like an interview, like where they videotape it though. I've just never really. I'm used to seeing Dateline visually, I suppose. Unicorn of Hope says Yada talks in circles. Yeah, I think she does. I think she's probably confused. And, I mean, it's her family member. That's what really is hard, I think, when it's your family member, because you want to, be fair, but then I think she's kind of backing out, and you just never know why, really. You just never know what's going on behind the scenes. And Cece says, that was a train wreck. I usually can tolerate Clue, but ended up on her channel. Or I usually can't tolerate Clue, but I ended up on her channel and had to watch it. Sort of like a train wreck, a big one. Yes, Cece, I understand that. Well, it's just because it was all happening there, right? Because Yada decided to go on Clue's panel. And, I mean, again, as a creator, I can't really say too much. If somebody wanted to come up and talk on my panel, I probably would let them, depending on who it was. Chris Proudfoot, no, I really, he's just very aggressive. You know what I mean? If he could be calm, maybe, but he's just so aggressive for me. I don't really like it. Thanks, Hey Jude, for posting Hindsight. Yeah, she put it in such a great format, and then I just slowed it down so we could read it really quick. And Freebird says, CP says, don't look at my family. And Yada says, stop looking at my family. And Seth says, I don't care if you look at me, just find my son. I mean, Freebird, I can't agree more. It's like, that's my whole issue here with what we're going through with the court and everything like that, because it's like all of that stuff transpired the night before. So it happened on Tuesday. And Tuesday, I'm like, okay, what am I going to do? Because I don't want to get up here and talk about things that I don't understand, right? Because I knew that you guys would want to talk about it. But from my understanding, Yada was upset as well for people talking about, Katie's family, which is her family, that it's Yada is her second cousin. Right. But there are some registered SOs in their family. And the problem there is that it's been alleged that Sebastian was okay to be around this particular person, which is Katie's mother. But Yada's standpoint was like, well, don't be mad at Aunt Suzanne for something that Francis did, and that Katie wouldn't have left just Francis and Sebastian at the house, and that Seth was spiteful and calling. But I don't agree with that, but I'm not their family. So, but I don't agree with it, because if you're not allowed to be around kids, I just wouldn't leave my child in that position. I just never would, because it only takes a little, it only takes a second for those people to do the weird stuff that they could do. And also it's just, there's not even words that I could really probably put it into on YouTube. It's just, those people are not to be trusted ever, ever, ever. They're disgusting, and I'm sorry, but I understand when it's somebody's family member, but not when you put a child in jeopardy. I cannot sit up here and, with a straight face and say that to you all, and I just never would. I'm the type of person who thinks that if you do that to a child, you should never, ever get out of jail, ever. And if I really think about someone like Steven Stearns or, you know, some of these creeps out there, someone who's 99 years, I think she should be spending that time in jail. And that's my opinion. Um, you know, that's not going to change ever. It never will. And Holly S says it was upsetting how she seemed to normalize RSO. Right. And that's the problem in society. And that's why it keeps going, is because we allow this to happen. We're allowing our children to be subjected to people who, just like, that's who I was thinking of. I couldn't think of it. I lost my train of thought. But Audrey Cunningham is another little girl who now is not on this earth anymore. She's not living anymore because an RSO attacked her. You know what I mean? And this man had full access to Audrey. He was babysitting for her, as a matter of fact. The grandparents say they didn't know. It's something that will never be okay, in my opinion. And it's never okay to leave. Like, I don't understand how you can twist something so badly and blame Seth for protecting his son, because that's exactly what he was doing. I don't care if there was spite. He was still protecting Sebastian, in my opinion. Hey, Lori, good to see you. Thanks for being number 37. Yeah, I didn't know about the Dateline interview either, Holly. I'm glad that they did, though. That's good. The more that they can get Sebastian's story out there. I mean, I didn't. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they will have. Hey, Deborah. Maybe they will have a Dateline episode. So I don't really want to say anything until I know if they're going to have one or not. But yeah, it is. It is, Denise, because it's spreading awareness. Any way that people are spreading awareness is a good thing. It doesn't matter who's spreading it. I absolutely agree with that. Yeah. It is annoying. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. It was pretty bad. Like, I just didn't know how much of it you all would want to hear either. And then with everything with Bullhorn Betty, I was glad that we kind of got an update there, because a lot of us, I mean, my take on things is I feel like it was an abuse of the system, and I did make videos during the last court date. And so I do want to kind of keep you guys updated on that, since I did cover it. But I always thought that Chris was using the system to his advantage. And I think that this is a small victory for the appellate court to hear the case. So that's wonderful. And I pray moving forward that things go well. I think that was another reason that I found Yeda to be a little outrageous, was because it was right before Betty's court date. And I thought, could you not have waited until after that outcome transpired? But that's my opinion. Oh God, Cece, don't even say that. I love you. Thank you for that. But oh Lord, please no. I will hide. You guys will be like, where is she at? I changed my name on here. Mountain Mama says, I feel like Yeda might be a distraction orchestrated by the prophets. Well, I think so too, Mountain Mama. And I think that's part of it too. I really do. I feel like that whole thing on Tuesday night was just, maybe ill-timed for me, but maybe like the exact timing that they wanted to do it, right? Because I mean, I feel differently than they do. Do I think that Yada doesn't deserve a voice? No, I think that Yada deserves a voice. She has a right to say whatever she wants. That's the beauty of YouTube. That's the beauty of being in America. But I also feel like, maybe she could have waited for after the court date, so, but that, again, that's just my opinion. And she could have been manipulated. Hey, Kaika, it does happen a lot here. It's hard to know what to believe. Hey, Sasha, good to see you. It's hard to know what to, that's kind of why when everything goes crazy and the shit hits the fan, so to speak, I usually will retract a little bit. And when Yada did that, I retracted back and I needed to really listen to what she was saying so I could get a good idea of kind of like what her motivations are, because I think that's important to discuss. And um, also, where she might be. And again, I think it has a lot to do with Katie is her family member. And then she doesn't, she said it in the first interview with BHB that she doesn't want to disparage her family. She doesn't think they have Sebastian. She says, things like, well, I will fight for my family, but I'm fighting for what's right. And I do believe, because Yada was under the impression back then, apparently, that, as she's watching these interviews, that they're pretty toxic. And she's thinking the same thing we are, that they're adding in details. And we're going to discuss that in this Dateline story as well. But she said that she wants to fight for her family, so she probably feels that some of it is a little evasive. But in the same way, I think that I think that she probably thought if she goes over and talks to Clue that she might get somewhere, but then she also got yelled at by Chris on the panel. So I don't know how she was feeling about that either, because she kind of I mean, I could tell she was uncomfortable, but I didn't think she took it badly. It's not like he made her cry or anything like that. And Lori says, "What? Thank God." And Lori says, ICCP taking BHB to court is bringing much attention and is blowing up in his face. Well, yeah, and there's really not a reason for it. I mean, we saw Terry Bowersox following her, and then saying, prove it, prove it. Well, I mean, Spirit Seeker Squad did a stellar job of proving it. Go over to her channel and check it out. It's awesome. I do think she's attention seeking, Denise. I do think that was another conclusion that I came to. Yada needs attention from whoever she can get it from. She's very weak. Well, I thought she was super brave for coming forward. But then when she came forward this time, it kind of seemed, like I said, ill-timed and with ill intent. And Austin says, in my opinion, there's been something brewing for a few months and Yada got herself in the middle. She's not the only one that flipped recently. Yeah, I know. And I can't, and that's why I played money in the beginning of the live, because I think a lot of it comes down to money. And I think, if you are going to, oh yeah, guys, and if there's trolls in here tonight, just kick them out. And if they really care about being a part of the channel, then they can email me and I can unblock them. But no bullshit tonight. If people are acting up in the chat, they need to be shown the door. We're going to keep it classy over here like we always do, and we're not going to put up with the mess. So you guys can go right ahead and kick them out. And if they feel as if they were wrongfully booted, then I will definitely look at it. And you all can email me at ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com. And then Austin says, in my opinion, there's been something brewing. Oh, sorry. I just looked at that one. Austin, my second thought on that also is that, I honestly think that things have been brewing. We felt a lot of tension in January coming up to the anniversary through February, right? But then when the year anniversary came, and of course, we can't forget there was Christmas, Sebastian's birthday. The holidays are a really tough time, right? And none of us know where Sebastian is. We're all frustrated. I don't think there's one single person who is involved in this case who cares, isn't frustrated at this point with it. So that's, I agree, Austin. There's been some weird flipping going on. Hey, Irony Rose, there's been some weird flipping. And, we're not sheep. We are human beings and we can think for ourselves. You know what I mean? So my big thing is I think that it's important to show a reason why, right? So when I hear something like what I heard from Clue, she was there. So until I see something to the contrary, like I was looking for news footage and things like that, I'm going to believe it. You know what I mean? She was there. And then Betty's story kind of sounds a little bit like she might have been there too. So I think that, yeah, Unicorn of Hope, you're right. Some lines you can never uncross. And that's when I think you're referring to the child, P word, um, where they prey on children. Those people are never okay with me. I don't care who it is. Um, you know, well, it could be Fly on Your Wall, 1977. It could be, but I think it was taken. Well, no, I take that back. So here, I'll pop that up here. Um, the audio is actually it's not an audio, it's like a news story, right? So I'll show it to you guys, but it's an article where they're quoting Chris and Katie as if they've interviewed them. That's the only way they'd be able to quote them. The Nancy Grace interview was not fake. That was just not aired because of trolls. And you can look that up if you want to in the RICO filing. But we're not talking about that tonight. We're talking about Bullhorn Betty and the court case that happened. And then we're also talking about the news article that Chris and Katie put out about Sebastian. There's a lot of damage control going on, Austin, I know. And, that's perfectly fine. I understand when people have to kind of, be held accountable for some of their actions, that's understandable. I just felt like it was very attention-seeking behavior, more vindictive behavior than like Yada really worrying about Sebastian. Because if she was worried about his well-being, she wouldn't be sticking up for Katie, allowing him to be around his RO grandmother who's not allowed to be around kids. It's just the bottom line. It's not even Seth's law. It's the law. Like, it's not his law. He's just standing up for his law, or excuse me, for the law, not something that he created. Like, I don't want him, it wasn't like it was just like, I don't want Sebastian around your mom. It wasn't that. It was like, there's a reason. The law says she can't be around him. And Megan L says, I've been out of the loop, so I needed to play catch up. I know, it's a lot, Meg. It's a lot. It's a little bit too much. Hey, Rogue, good to see you. The Jersey lady says, I just ran out on the Dateline article, but by accident, I wonder why they didn't say they did that interview. That's a good question, Jersey lady. And I was thinking that too. Like, I was surprised when I saw it, and I actually had somebody double check it for me just to make sure. But then again, when I saw it on Hindsight, then I was like, okay, that's a good one. Because I do try to do a fair amount of checking on things before we discuss them, because it's just, I don't really like to go into a situation blind. Thank you for being number 51. Fly on the Wall. And Sasha says, I already analyzed it. She used a lot of inspiration from other people to describe Sebastian. Did you analyze it, Sasha? Well, that doesn't surprise me. You're analytical. You know, sometimes, Sam, I think it was planned, and then other times I'm like somebody will bring me a really good argument to the contrary, and I'll be like, oh well, maybe. It's tough. It's tough. Um, it really is. But I agree with you. I think that it was planned. Um, but then, like I said, I hear some really good stuff from other people. And Kaika says there's a discussing channel live right now, and I came across running Betty and Green Team and everyone down the lowest and calling everyone liars. Kaika. Thank you for letting us know. That's terrible. See, it's awful. I'm not gonna do that, guys. I'm just not. I can't do that. Now, if I'm gonna out somebody, I'm gonna have receipts, and then they're gonna be popping up, and you guys are gonna be super bored to read personal texts and emails. So, just we're not gonna do that. It's not worth it. It's not worth the time. It's not fair to Sebastian to keep taking time away from him. Um, and like I said, I wanted to play Bullhorn Betty because I appreciated her message. I appreciate her saying, look, this isn't about me, it's about Sebastian, so let's refocus. And she had some really good points. Yada was messy, Denise, she was. I agree. Wait, what says, in my honest opinion, the Dateline is only more for the daughter and for court also. Oh, I see. Yeah, NG comparison. Add all their YouTube appearances, money running low as well, allegedly. Well, and I will tell you this too, I agree with the Nancy Grace. That's all I kept thinking when I was analyzing it. Wait, what? Because I did read it a couple times. It was just like Nancy. It was like just like saying, oh, he answered back on Nancy. That's what they told Dateline. It was very strange. But we're definitely going to go over the comparison. So thank you. Orchestrated chaos. Hey, Ginger Girl's mom. And it really was. I mean, and then also just to act so unprofessional and crazy outside the courthouse, because apparently, see, I was too busy watching Clue, and then I watched a little bit of Bullhorn Betty because I thought, oh good, she's got an update, and I didn't catch her until a little bit later. And so it wasn't until afterwards that I really got to listen to what she had to say for the day, because I wanted to hear what Chris had to say, because it's really weird how like he got on there with Yada and he was like completely like in one of those modes where I thought his voice was going to get really deep and scary like it does, but instead it was like really high and cracking, like weird. It was weird and shaking. And so I was just kind of like, then the next day comes on, he's like, oh, hey everybody, how you doing? Everything's cool. I'm like, that's weird. I can't handle that type of a personality. It's very narcissistic. It's very narcissistic to act completely insane one day and then act completely normal the next day. It's weird. Sasha says, say for example, if a teacher said Sebastian was excited about ag, then KP says it. Okay, KP got it right. That type of shit in the interview. Right. Yeah. She definitely talked about ag being his favorite. Honestly, I will say that because I saw the high school and I saw what the program was that he was enrolled in and that he got an honorary award for. And to be honest with you, I would think that would be his favorite subject because all the animals are down there. So, I do agree that he probably did like ag the best, and excited about it. And I just found it to be too, Sasha, like really scripted too, just kind of like, and I know what you're saying too, but as if they had like, I don't know, they had a script. It's very strange. And Freebird says, I feel like it was Proudfoot theater starring Yada. Yada has been gone. Why did CP need to say her stop talking about Sebastian and them, and she hasn't been around to talk about them? Yeah, everyone forgot her. And well, and the things that she was saying to begin with were, I think it's just strange. I really think it's strange that um she would come out, and I think the reasonings for her coming out aren't really fair to the public because we want to know what happened to Sebastian. And if she's allowing that, if she's saying it's okay basically because don't mess with my family. And I just don't like that kind of I just don't like that mentality. It doesn't do anybody good, and it's certainly not going to help solve a case because just because somebody's your family doesn't make them in the right. You know what I mean? Yeah, Yada's Fly on Your Wall, 1977. Yada is Katie's second cousin. So her mom's cousin, which is her cousin. Um, Sorry, guys, I'm a little behind in the chat. And did I hear correctly that another one of Katie's cousins? Um, oh, thank you, Rogue. T-Bone says, "Hey, T-Bone." She says, "Did I hear correctly that another one of Katie's cousins had her door kicked in last night by LE looking for Sebastian?" Oh, I don't know. I know that she said another one of her cousins had their door kicked in, or one of their family members. We'll just say that. And you guys can help me out. Feel free to help me out in the chat because I took in a lot of information and I was kind of like, okay, wow. But but at some point, yes, that's what Yada was alleging, is that someone kicked their door in, which is not, that's terrible, thanks, Panda Bear's mom, so much for your super chat. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry I didn't see these. I'm way behind in chat. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for being here. I couldn't be like doing what I like to do if it wasn't for you guys. I really appreciate all of you for being here. And Rogue says, I'm sick of the green team and Team Proudfoots. It's all fine and dandy if that's what you choose, but it's crazy. It's a missing child case, not a game. Yeah, Rogue, I so appreciate that. And that's what's frustrating too, is just kind of seeing all of this stuff transpire. Um, because what Seth was asking us to do is call in an email, and I realized there wasn't a whole lot of emails, so I was trying to get some more emails too. But there's so much more things that we can be focused on. And then also, getting it down to the maybe 100-mile radius around Sebastian's home is what Betty was talking about, searching. And maybe she mentioned 50-mile radius as well. So that would be way more productive, right, than all of this mess. It really is. It's not, and it's not a game. Oh, thanks, Rogue. Thank you for a super sticker. Thank you, guys. You guys are so sweet. I really appreciate you guys. Oh, Holly S, thank you. Yeah, RSOs involved shouldn't sat this one out, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't think that the RSOs should be involved, and I don't think that she should advocate for that person. And I understand that's her family member. I really do. So I'm not trying to be, hateful on that end. But hate crafting and true crime, in my opinion, CP was just about accused Yada as what KP has in the bloodline, allegedly. Well, yeah, and he was mad. Like, he was so mad, and just kind of his regular Chris Proudfoot self, but then just a higher pitched voice. It was very, and maybe he had been thinking about telling her off since the Bullhorn Betty interview. I don't know. Maybe he was holding it in, but he sure unleashed it. He sure did. I feel like it's very obvious too. I do. I feel like it's very obvious, and I think that's what's frustrating to a lot of people. Denise, I do. I do think so too. Oh, I seen. Oh, sorry, guys. Thank you, little Miss Sharon, for hitting that like button. Thank you so much. And Megan L says, I believe everyone who is flip flopped is being paid by the fox, or excuse me, by the feet slash socks. Just my opinion, and even more so, those who have been hard up for money. Well, and that's one really important thing to look at, because I feel like money has been involved. Just even looking at the amount of like super stickers and chats and things like that, it makes me wonder. It really does. It's like, what's going on? And then there was this fight outside the courthouse apparently, which, like I said, when I did the video originally, I didn't know about that. I was just reporting on kind of some shocking information that I found. And again, the lives were so long that I couldn't really go back and clip everything out of them. Yeah, always mimicking the public. Yes, yes, and we do hear that. We do hear that a lot. And Yeda said that before. Um, Yeah, it's what it seems like, Lori. Well, I'll be flipping out in the middle of the courthouse parking lot. My Lord. And I was just like, what happened there, And so, and Bullhorn, oh, thank you. Thank you, Kaika. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for doing that. The more I can find them and just block them out is the easiest thing to do. And fly on the wall, or fly on your wall, says for every toxic or negative relative, there's at least two more family members like them. The more family alike, the more drama can be created. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And in this case, we see so much toxicity. I mean, even down to Yeda coming up and doing that, in my opinion, I feel like that was something that was definitely planned. You know. Thank you, Kaika, for hitting that like. Thanks, Panda Bear's mom. Hey, Canadian True Crime, good to see you. Yeah, well, it was just pictures. It was just pictures of, and you guys will see it, but it was from the news station. It was from NBC. It was from their news station. I'm just not used to, I wanted Keith Morrison to come out there and be like, Hendersonville, Tennessee, Sebastian Rogers. Like, it was kind of different. It was kind of different. Thanks, Rogue. All right, guys, I'm going to play this first clip, and we're going to go over this first one. I'm just trying not to miss people. Hey, Forrest, good to see you. Hey, C. Taylor, good to see you guys. And welcome in, everybody. Hey, Hindsight, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Blessed Thursday to you, too. All right, guys, I'm so sorry. I'm so behind in chat. All right, we're going to play this first clip, and I'll try to catch up, too, a little bit. Okay, and then this is full credit to Bullhorn Betty, right? She is going to tell us about the judge's decision.
Today was, it's not over by any stretch of the imagination. I told you it would not be for a very significant amount of time. And I said that very early on. And it's not over, but we did get a very, very, very good ruling today. This was there is statutes out there that basically took the decision out of the hands of the circuit court judge because of the statutes and the way the laws were written. This is now kicked off to the appellate court. So what does that mean? That means we've moved this case from Sumner County. And this case is now going to be heard by an appellate, court that's not affiliated, right? That there is no pool. And so I think we're going to have better results from an appellate court that actually, follows the law of Tennessee. So I'd have to say that this is a huge hurdle that we just went over. And in my view, this is absolutely a win for our team. Okay, an absolute 100% hands down win for Bullhorn Betty. I'm very, very pleased. We were prepared for trial. I worked here. You guys know I have limited my lives down to like what, 2 hours, 2.5 hours a day for the last several weeks. And that is a direct result of the work I was doing behind the scenes, getting everything pulled together. We were absolutely 100% ready to go to trial today. And there's a piece of me that kind of wishes we could have, because we were, I can guarantee you, over prepared, and had everything in a nutshell. So, I still can't talk about the case too much, the lawsuits and stuff, because, we still have court stuff to go over. So that stuff is got to be private, right? Until it's out. Today I can talk about it because today is over. I couldn't really talk about it until we got here. And so there's still a lot of stuff that I'm unable to talk about it, at the direction of my counsel. But what I can tell you is that this is finally going to appeals. The bad part about it is it's going to cost money, right? The good part about it is we have some breathing room to do that now, because if you know anything about appellate courts, we're not going next week, okay? It might be another 6 months before I'm before an appellate court. So the protective orders are in place. I've never violated the protective orders. I maintain that. This is a good step in the right direction. That's as much as I can say. I can't talk about really much else about the case. I can tell you that this was very stressful. Yesterday I was up at 4:30. I started, was it 4:30? It was 4:30. 3 o'clock. So I was up at 3 a.m. yesterday, and I didn't go to bed until 11 o'clock last night. I literally turned everything off. Karen had things she could do. So it was just me here with my computer, literally working all day, pulling everything together. My attorney's working. He was pulling everything together. And we were prepared for trial today. And I think if we would have went to trial today, we would have had, we would have been successful. I really, truly believe that. But we'll hold that joy for the next battle, right? So that's why the title is One Battle Won, but the war wages on, because it is not over. And it's not going to be over they could drop this all stuff tomorrow, and I don't see it being over. So that's where we're kind of at in this whole situation. I think we are in a much, much better position. I think we are in a position of strength at this point, and I like being in that position. So let the rumors start, but at the end of the day, today was a stinking good ass day. Okay, from where we're sitting, as you guys can see, a lot more has been lifted off my shoulders with today's ruling.
Okay, guys, so she's happy with the judge's ruling. Obviously, it went really well for Betty. And I wanted to say hello to Detroit Rock City, and then Meow. I saw Meow, and then one other person, Brenda. Good to see you, Brenda. Auntie Ray, good to see you. And so we're just going over the interview with Betty here. And so she says it's not over yet, but the judge did rule that per Tennessee law, the appellate court will hear Betty's case. And she also says, that it's qualified to be heard by them. Basically, the appellate court is going to be a process, though, and it's not going to be, something that's quick and everything like that. Hey, Brandy and Indy, good to see you. It's just not going to be something that, is going to be over with quickly. But, she feels confident. She does have a different lawyer this time around, which is a good thing, I believe. I believe it's a good thing. I really do. And Yeah, I do respect her tenacity to keep Sebastian's name out there. Much respect for her allowing them to shut her up from talking about Sebastian's case. That's right. And I will say that there's many people that want to do that. You know what I mean? You will get, I mean, I even had the reason why I said, kick everybody out that's being rude tonight is because I had trolls, because of what I posted. And I posted something that, was Clue's words, because Clue was there, and I'm gonna give the platform to people who were there, not people who weren't. Just because they tell me that somebody wasn't there, well, you got to send me something because somebody that was there said they were. And Donna says, Betty didn't do anything wrong in my opinion. Stinky Socks was following her around. He was, Donna. He was following her around. And again, there's proof of that. He circled her vehicle. Blue Eyes Dumpling, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Aw, thanks, Kaika. That's so sweet. Thank you. I wore pink today. I'm trying to get my lighting right with the background. Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you, Unicorn of Hope. Unicorn of Hope says Sebastian's Law. All children must have 24/7 access to self-help safe haven. Yeah, I think it would have made a big difference here. I really do. Um, you know, but again, I think we need a lot of reform in the CPS sector, and that's just everywhere, across the board. They unfortunately fail our kids all the time. And but I agree. I agree that kids need to have a safe place, because Sebastian was a good advocate for himself, in my opinion, from what I've heard. Yeah, I remember watching him follow her too, prayer warrior, and that's what's crazy about the whole thing. It's like, we're expected to believe that they didn't do anything when we clearly see they did. Hey, Krista 23. All right, guys, I'll play the next clip here. Donna B says, I swear he was parked over in the gas station or store while she was parked. Well, she was parked for quite a while, talking because she was live. But then she also was sitting there talking with that officer, and she had put up a couple of Sebastian's flyers out. And so, she's just trying to put the flyers out. She wasn't doing anything nefarious, and he was going behind her. And I agree completely. The house of cards is crumbling. Ooh, Sasha, I'll tell you. It needs to do something because, Sebastian needs to be found. I think that would help tremendously, Brenda. So thank you for bringing that up. She says, I agree. CPS needs to have a national database. And I think that would help tremendously because sometimes people can evade resources and move to another state. And that's not helpful for the child at all. Just a whole nother state that they're being abused in, Sebastian is amazing. Thanks, Sasha. Oh, I don't know why I won't. Oh, there we go. I don't know why it didn't want me to click it. Hey, Vic. Good to see you. Hey, Vic. Okay, guys. We'll play this next clip here.
I gotta tell you guys this. There were some people that weren't really happy. And then I saw Miss Terry Lynn down there. We all stayed up there. We were all that Kathy lady. Ooh, she is no peach, man. She went. She looked like the devil had literally taken her over, and that's the way they all were. And So there was this big, I mean, huge screaming, yelling match out the front door. We ain't going out there. Like I want to make sure that they're moving on. I don't want if there's any misunderstandings or misconstrue. Like get your, go, right? So we're waiting for them to, leave. So we're monitoring them so we can leave the courthouse. And I'm telling you, it looked like it was damn near about to be a freaking fist fight out there in front of the courthouse between all these people. First, it started with Chris screaming at his mom. Oh, yeah. We watched it all. He was in her face. Right? So we saw all them out there. We saw, I don't know who this purple hair lady is. That's rubbing elbows with Miss Proudfoot or whatever, but she was right there too. So they're all down there. They look like they're about to have the freaking, I'm surprised that law enforcement didn't go out there and break it up. I mean, they were down each other's throats. We're up on the 5th floor. And I'm just looking out this window. I'm like, this is better than the soap opera. Look at that. Did you see that? Oh my God. Did you see that? Did you see it? I'm not lying. So we did have some Debbie Downers. We did have some Debbie Downers there. And it looked like somebody, peed in somebody's Cheerios. I'm just saying. They look like a hot mess express, as always. Come there with freaking overalls and jeans. Like you are being presented in a court of law. This is how you dress when you go and you want to show a judge some stinking respect. You act like you are there, right? I don't understand why these people live in $1 million house and can't seem to put on a dress or a suit to look presentable for a court hearing. One thing is, I guess my comments, my little satire coming into the show. Let's watch it real quick. Let's watch it.
If you shave your cooch, but not your booty hole, is that the same as a mullet?
The mullet is gone. The mullet is gone. I think it must have had something to do with the booty hole comment, but I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. But it's possible. I'm just saying it wasn't there anymore. That's all I'm trying to say. I don't know where it went, but it looks like somebody shaved their butthole. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. We got no more mullet. But yeah, today I have been very nervous today. I was beyond nervous going in there. I know I don't show a lot to you guys because I'm Bullhorn Betty. We lead from strength, and no matter how nervous I am, I'm always going to put my best foot forward. I'm going to put my best foot forward no matter how you look at this. But we are going to have to, my attorney's very good. I'm very pleased with this attorney. Okay. He's no Terry Frizzell. I'll tell you that. Thank God. And we're going to go ahead and keep moving. But like I said, we're now going to the appellate court, which is where we want to be, right? I told you that from the very beginning. If this is the way this stuff is going to be rolling, I've got to be honest with you. I think this judge, people have been in my ear about the judge that we went before. And honestly, I would have been absolutely 100% comfortable with him ruling over the matter. I'm just going to tell you that like that. I've heard horrible things about this judge. Absolutely horrible things about this judge. And I was very thankful, but I truly believe that this judge would have given me a fair shake. Period.
Okay, guys. So it's good to see Soldier Girl. I see Forget Me Not. Good to see all you guys. And yeah, Krista, I do believe that Bullhorn Betty is kind of trying to organize some searches. She's going to talk about that later on in these clips that I've prepared for you guys. But I do believe that we do need to focus on expanding the radius around Sebastian's home. And she talks a little bit more about, how we can kind of narrow that down. Also, I think it's interesting kind of her take on where someone might have brought Sebastian, right? So I do think that's interesting, and we're going to go over that. But thank you so much for asking that question, because that's very important. It's the most important thing. And we just have to remember that he needs to be found. Yeah, it was very obvious. It is, and I agree. It's very obvious when trying to intimidate BHB on her live, and then he told her to prove it on video. Yeah, I snapped a picture of that earlier too, because his face is really funny in that one. There was some really interesting stuff on X today as well, in terms of flying monkey feet socks. He was definitely on the radar of folks on X. And Krista says, I didn't watch the lives, but I heard about them all, and I figured someone else would do the watching. Yeah, I mean, I tried to take a step back and try to get to the bottom of a lot of this stuff, because it is really confusing, and you can't only just go to one source, and it's just like, you just can't be doing that. But I had to leave the mullet joke in there, guys, because I thought that was so funny. So basically, I don't know what is going on with us today. So Lady Freedom, what do you think of all this? I know, I think it's crazy, Sasha. Like, I think it's totally nuts. And I don't know what to make of a lot of it, because, just like I said, I was taking a step back so I could really think about it, talk to some people, bounce some ideas off of people. That kind of helps me a little bit too. But according to what Bullhorn Betty is saying, is that she was looking out the window, and there was like chaos in front of the courthouse, right? So everyone down there was yelling and fighting, and Bullhorn Betty again's on the 5th floor. And she said that Chris Proudfoot was yelling at his mom, which, that is really like kind of a normal occurrence for Chris to yell at women, but his own mother. And I was like, okay, that's really strange. Like, why are they yelling at each other? So one thing is, why are they yelling? What transpired to make that happen? Also, if I was Bullhorn Betty, I would have asked for an escort out of the back of the building. I've had to do that actually in my past. And then also I would bring a victim advocate to the courthouse. The problem is in this situation, Chris is pretending like he is the victim, but he's yelling at his mother, allegedly, in Bullhorn Betty's opinion, on the courthouse steps, near the courthouse, in front of the courthouse, right? To where if they look out the 5th floor window, they can see down and see what is happening. Very, very strange, right? Very, very strange, in my opinion. Also, if Terry Lynn was not in the courthouse to view the court proceedings, then was she just outside waiting to come and yell at Chris and his mom? Or I don't know who she could have been yelling with, but what I heard was that she was yelling with Kathy Bowersox. And so those two were in an argument and yelling, because I always thought that Terry Lynn was going through a lot of health issues, and that's the reason why she wasn't active, on YouTube. Like, she wasn't making videos and things like that. But come to find out, she's okay to go to the courthouse, but I just still haven't been able to figure out what she was doing there, because most people that are showing up to the courthouse for this would be to support Bullhorn Betty or to support Chris and Katie, right? Because people need people. I don't fault anybody for showing up and, showing support for whoever they want to show support to. I just don't understand why Clue would say that she was there and then say across the pond. So let me play this really quick for you guys again, for those of you who haven't seen it. And this is Clue's words, right? I just took and, used the audio file from it. I just took some of the audio from her live, and this is what her accounts are. She was there, I was not, right? So here we are.
There was a whole lot of cops. Wasn't there a whole lot of cops in that courtroom?
Yeah, you would have.
There was 4 sheriffs, deputy sheriffs in the courtroom.
Right? And I'm like, what do y'all think is about to happen? And they're sitting there looking like, why the fuck are we all here? Like, they literally had that look on their face like, what the fuck are we all doing here? But last time, it was quite crowded, so.
Lori said, I'm asking this for a 3rd time, and I apologize if I missed it before, but said, are Chris and Katie in regular contact with LE? Would be nice to clear up the rumors that they have both obtained attorneys.
Well, that's nothing surprising. Yes, we've obtained attorneys. Who wouldn't obtain attorneys? We've had attorneys since we've been going to court with Betty.
Yep. No, he had a shirt on under the overalls, and it said, "This beard's taken." Was there anyone you were surprised to see or not see? Not really.
Lee Bird wanted to know, has Sebastian ever been to a NASCAR race?
No, I haven't had a chance to get him to one. The last time we had tickets was, I think it was like 4 years ago, I think. And Sebastian was actually at his dad's that weekend.
Oh, them overalls pissed him off bad. They pissed that green team off so bad, it's crazy. I've never seen such stuff, too.
Oh, I'm actually excited to watch her the whole fucking thing about her getting mad about the overalls, because that shit's funny. That's about 30% of the damn reason I do it, just to watch her get mad and bitch about it.
Yes. So the people that were there were me, him, obviously Chris and Katie, Chris's mom and sister, UA, and Crabtree and Terry Lynn. And then across the pond or aisle, all I saw was Betty, Sean, and the E's, and I think maybe that's Sonia, I don't know.
I think whatever. Sonia. Just spelled funny.
Okay, Sonia. Chris, do you think Ellie is telling Seth things that they are telling you guys? That's from Dolly.
Very possible. Ellie doesn't have to be honest. They don't have to tell you anything.
I did wear my robber shirt. It's professional.
Okay, guys, you heard it right there. Terry Lynn was on the side of the Foot Clan supporting them. So why was Terry Lynn sitting next to Stephen Crabtree in the courtroom? Wasn't she on Seth's side last time? Let me know what you think in the comments below.
Okay, guys, so there you have it. So Clue says that there's a group sitting on her side, and then across the pond or aisle, there's another group sitting on that side. And again, like I said, I just can't understand why, if she was there to watch the court proceedings or to support either side during the court proceedings, then why wasn't she in the courtroom? And then on top of that, if she wasn't there at court to watch the court proceedings, then what was she doing at court? To me, it's a little bit crazy. Like, I don't understand what is going on? Like, I still can't wrap my mind around what's going on. Because, and Megan Ellis says, wow, Terry Lynn was there and didn't put out alive about it. Interesting. See, that's another thing that I found to be interesting too, because we haven't heard anything, you know, and I was kind of waiting. I couldn't even pull up any news coverage on it because according to Bullhorn Betty, it was like 5 minutes. It was a very short, you know, ruling. Like the judge was just like, you're going to be heard in front of the appellate court and not, you know, this court right now. And so he just ruled on it really quick. So that was another really interesting thing because I was waiting for something to come out, because I do like to hear all sides, but I mean, I felt the same way. It's weird to think to try. I try to make you guys laugh a little bit. Hey, Lil Redo, I'm trying to, you know, make light of it a little bit because it is kind of crazy and ridiculous. You know, and they mentioned that there was 4 cops there. So it sounds like they were running pretty deep with law enforcement in the courtroom because before it was really, really crowded the last time. And Chris dodges the question about LE, right? I just want to point that out. And also, I've known a lot of people named Sonia, and I don't think that Sonia has a strange spelling of her name at all. I think it's phonetically spelled, but that's besides the point. You know, either way. So someone asked Chris, do they have regular contact with LE? And that, you know, people have been saying that they lawyered up. And Chris was like, yeah, we did lawyer up. And he said, we've had lawyers since Bullhorn Betty. But, you know, he probably had a family law attorney, right? Because he's in a custody battle with about Faith. And then, so he probably already had that type of attorney before that. And then he's also needed to obtain an attorney for Katie's, you know, for this case. So, and I don't blame them for that because at this point, I think that they would probably need to seek out legal counsel. But then when they were asked again if they're in regular contact with law enforcement, Chris is like, well, law enforcement doesn't have to tell us anything. So he didn't really say yes or no. You know, so I mean, it's crazy. Hey, Jude, I'm like, what in the world? Like, it's just crazy. It's crazy. And yeah, Denise, I do support Bullhorn Betty and what she was doing. Thank you, Rogue. I do, because I think that she is Betty. She's so funny with that, you know, the mullet thing. And we know that Chris, so she did confirm a couple of things about the way people were dressed as well. She does confirm that there is no mullet anymore. And then she also confirms that, you know, Cletus was in overalls like he was the last time. You know, well, I don't know if there's any type of a bribery situation going on, Crystal. I will say that when I left Terry Lynn's community, Stephen Crabtree's link was being dropped in the chat by all the mods, and I had never seen anybody's link being dropped like that ever. You know, and I had been on her panel a couple of times. So I don't think that's what it is. I really don't. Well, and I don't know either. I'm not sure about that either. I just know that it's very strange. Kaika, I just think it's really strange that Clue would say that if I don't know what she would have to gain, but then I also, like I said, I'm confused as to why Terry showed up there and got into a fight in the parking lot. Like, that to me doesn't seem necessary. And it's just weird. It doesn't help find Sebastian. You know, if you're about Sebastian, then you're not going to show up there trying to fight, you know, I almost said Chris's grandma, Chris's mom. And it sounds like Chris was yelling at his mom too, according to Bullhorn Betty. So it was just all like happening down there. And then a lady with purple hair was yelling. I don't know who that is either. He did get a lot of shit for his mullet, Kaika, and I think that is probably why he took it back a little bit. You know, I think he took it back a little bit. Loretto. Thanks, Sammy, for coming back. Okay, Rogue says, rumor is Terry Lynn and Chris were walking off by themselves on their phones. They were talking. Oh, okay. See, that's the first time I've ever heard that. Yeah, see, I don't know. And I'm always up for listening to what people who were there, you know, had said. Thank you, Lori. Sasha says, I find it interesting that the child in Evil Exists video looks like Sebastian and has a bit of a mullet. I wanted to ask Seth if Sebastian ever had a mullet during COVID. Oh, I don't remember. I've never seen a picture of Sebastian having a mullet. I have not. Hey, Blessed. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. So I don't know. I don't know if he's, yeah, I've never seen a picture of him with a mullet. Or even, it seems like he liked to keep his hair kind of shorter, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like most of the time, it's like I've seen him have his spiky hair. You know, he kind of has like a bowl cut in this picture, or what I would describe to be that way. And Cece says, I'm not familiar with proper court attire, and when we went to adopt our son, I had slacks and a nice top on, etc. I had worn nice flip-flops, and the judge didn't allow them. Oh, thankfully he let me. Yeah, Cece, so there's a lot of truth. Because again, we did hear Cletus kind of, you know, making fun of what Bullhorn Betty was saying, but she's actually right. There's a lot of courtrooms that will not allow you to come in, like, unless you're dressed in, I mean, I would even call it like business casual would probably be the, you know, dress code for a lot of courtrooms. Because yeah, there's some that won't allow like sandals. So I agreed with what Bullhorn Betty was saying. And also, you know, you're just, you're making a first impression. Sometimes you're making a second impression, but you're always trying to make a good impression, right? So I think that dressing up is a smart strategy, so you look nice, you know. But I know that, see, so I'm surprised they let Clue in there with her shirt on. Well, what she described, I didn't see it. I didn't see her shirt, but what she described as being her shirt, I was surprised, you know. Yeah, I guess she was fine because she was at court. I agree. That's another thing, because I thought she was totally, like, from my understanding, she wasn't doing good. But, you know, good night, Soldier Girl. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Thank you. She supposedly hurt herself, but I never really got a straight answer about it. I will just say that. So I'm not 100% at all, you know, there. But yeah, I've always thought that, Rogue. I always thought that it was something that they should consider getting some kind of, well, getting a warrant for the properties that Miss Bowersox had, we'll just say properties that she would have had access to during the time when Sebastian went missing is one of my bigger theories. Because we'll see kind of what Bullhorn Betty is saying. And like I said, I find it to be really interesting and another really good point when it comes to kind of where we could be looking for Sebastian, you know. I'd be dressed not in overalls. Exactly. Yeah, because it's so, you don't want the judge to think that you don't want to, like, that you're not taking him seriously, or that you're disrespecting his courtroom, you know, or her courtroom. Um Yeah, I agree. I agree. They can't act like a gang the night or the 1600s getting everybody wound up. Well, and I think that a lot of the ways that people have been acting is very much like that, and that's why we have the RICO, because these people are doing things behind the scenes, trolling, putting drama into the case, and then Seth is like, "Hey, whoa, you guys are putting this drama too much into Sebastian's case to where I can't, get help from people because they're not wanting to deal with it because good people don't want to deal with drama. There's only people who, the people that like drama are people that I try to stay far away from. Once I feel drama coming on, I'm like, this is not a place for me to be. And I take myself right out of it. And when it gets to the point where people are doing things going real life and things like that, it's very much an unhinged kind of mentality, very much so. And ganging up on people is not right. um And Rogue says very interesting things on X and Facebook groups about Terry. Yeah, I saw a couple of the posts earlier today, and I'd much rather talk about what's going on with Sebastian and the interview that was given to Dateline. But yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, Rogue, because there were a couple of things in there that made me question more, because I'm not an intelligence agency. And so I have to rely on a lot of what they're saying too, because of the research and the time and effort and energy they've put into their studying Sebastian's case. And again, I was shocked and just walked away with more questions than answers, because honestly, I saw a major shift myself, and that's why I left the community the way that I did. I just said, I don't want to deal with this. So, soldier. No, no, no. I just wanted to play. I wanted to play, like I said, I wanted to play different points of view so that you all could make a better decision, because Betty was there, and I wasn't. Clueminati was there and I wasn't. I wish that Mr. and Mrs. E would say something because I really, value their opinion. And so, I would like to know, but, they don't have to tell us anything. Lori, you're probably better off not having X. I will just say that. I don't really go on it, but people were sending me things from it, and I was like, oh boy. I try, Holly. I don't know what to do sometimes. I'm like, I need to just, sit back and think about this for a sec. No, I know exactly, Holly, exactly. Um, Cece, X is just kind of the way it's set up. It's not something that I'm, really like into, but there was a lot of good information on there today. Um, some of it can get a little bit, mean spirited, but I try not to pay attention to a lot of that stuff. Um, I know, Rogan. I would really like to hear their take because they're very neutral to positive type people, and I appreciate that. I think that telling the truth is good, and when we hear the truth, it makes sense, right? And that's what I was struggling to find. What was making sense about all of this, in terms of what really happened at the courthouse, because we have Bullhorn Betty saying, yeah, there was a big fight. And, then people were like, oh, Terry Lynn never stepped foot in the courtroom. And I'm like, well, why was she there then? Like, it's weird. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I don't like when things don't make sense, right? I always try to make sense of it. But I also didn't want to get up here and, talk without knowing what I was talking about. And Sasha says in 2021, so Sebastian would have been 11, maybe. Hmm, yeah, maybe that was the house in Gallatin and he couldn't get a haircut and was just abused running away. Check that out. Okay, so the house that they were in prior to the one on Stafford, you know. Oh, thank you, Lil Redo. Yeah, it's kind of hard tonight because I know I'm playing different creators. It's hard that night, or excuse me, when I do things like that on the show because, but I think it's valuable to hear different points of view, because I'm not above hearing anybody else's point of view, unless it's like they're being mean or like name calling or something. And Megan L says, I noticed she is quiet in her channel, so I guess she doesn't have anything to say to her subscribers anymore, but can go to court. Yeah, and see, that's another thing that I think people are a little bit taken back by, because I definitely was. I mean, I just figured, she was unhealthy, but it doesn't seem that way if she's able to just run down to court. Unicorn of Hope says, if you must wear overalls to court, at least please buckle both shoulders. Oh, right. Oh, no. Unicorn of Hope. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. I know. Things that make you go, I don't have Detroit says I don't have X either. I wonder what happened. Well, and see, that's the thing. X can be really, like, it could be a rabbit hole that you could go down. Like, I thought Facebook was bad, but if you go on X, it could be like, next thing you know, you're just scrolling through and there's all this stuff. I don't think I could not find one single news clip from it. Like, not one, not, anybody. So it's really strange, Krista. That's a good question, though. Meow says, me too. Holly S says, yeah, she looked like concentration camp victim. I heard too. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Cruella. Oh, Cruella. And, and that's the thing, too. How can the judge in their right mind side with a man like Chris who will yell at his mother in broad daylight on the courthouse door? Like, who, and why wasn't people who were fighting in front of the courthouse broken up by one of the 4 police officers? There was plenty there, but by Clue's account, she says that there was 4 cops, and then Chris and Cleta said, yeah, about 4 cops or so. So, why didn't any of them, why are they allowing for this behavior? That's another question I have. I don't understand it. I can't explain it to you guys. I can't, there's nothing that I can really say on it, because it doesn't make sense to me. Although I've dealt with that kind of a blow up and that rage at court, and, you just kind of get taken out the back door at that point. So I don't see, and that's what it seems like, Rogue, from what you were saying earlier, that maybe she was upset about them talking, but I don't know why. Like, again, that just still doesn't make any sense to me. I hope so, Sasha, because in that case, I mean, I don't know. I just think I wouldn't want to go out the front doors. I'd just be like, I'm gonna go out the normal doors where nobody's out there screaming and hollering. See, oh, hey, Jude says they won't let someone in the Davidson County Courthouse in overalls. No, because it's like, it's not proper, attire. Oh, I know what you meant, Sasha. Supposedly, Brenda says, supposedly Cruella yelled at Terry Lynn first, then CP yelled at his mom and told her to go home. Oh no, Brenda. Thank you for letting us know that. Wow. That's crazy. But again, what was Terry Lynn doing there talking with Chris? The fact they all go to court is, yeah, I agree. I just wouldn't want to put myself into the drama. That's why it's hard for me to understand, because I would probably be the one that would, be sitting back observing rather than putting myself right in the mix. And that's just my, way of doing it. But thank you, Rogue. Thank you so much. Yeah, and I mean, we're just yeah, super scandalous. It does. We're just kind of talking about how scandalous it all was, even like Yada, even, dealing with the court coming up the very next day. To me, it may have been a strategy move to kind of stir the pot, in my opinion. And you just don't know who is being truthful. It could be a mixture of both people were telling, the right story. You just never know. And then also someone that I did not cover was someone called, I think it was the Real Me Too, called into Justin's, but I did not. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. He's got his pig that he's playing with. Maybe I'm sorry. He's being really loud. Oh, he was just sitting back watching YouTube with me, and the last couple days, so he's upset. I mean, it makes me that one never really crossed my mind, you guys. That would never cross my mind, but it could be. I don't know. Oh, bother. And Austin says, TL will shake anyone out of the bushes. She doesn't care. I don't know. I think that there's a lot of cowardice behavior going on, in my opinion, from what I've encountered. I think there is definitely a flip. And that's why I keep asking, why would she be there? Why would she be there? Yeah, Auntie Ray, I understand that. I understand. It's frustrating. It's really frustrating. Oh, okay. Sammy says, we just heard that TL made a comment to CB about hurting Sebastian, and CP had to intervene and take Terry Lynn away from his mom because words were exchanged. Okay, but so Terry Lynn went down there to yell at Kathy Bowersox? She did do that, Sammy? Because that's weird. I just, again, why? I mean, I see, Rogan, I understand. Yeah, I understand your point of view too. But I will say, like, I mean, I get that why people would want to be there for support of one another. All of us need support from each other, no matter who we are, but yeah, I don't, I'm still not making the connection when you're not involved, why you would insert yourself and make a scene. Because the more that I'm hearing from you guys, might debunk what Clue had said. But in the same way, again, why was she there? What was the point? And how come you can't control yourself? And the prayer warrior says that doesn't answer the question he was asked about being in contact with LE, in my opinion. Yeah, and prayer warrior, he dodged both of the questions. So both times they were asked, he diverted back to Betty, and he's like, of course we have attorneys, which, like I said, I never faulted them for having attorneys. But then again, someone asked the question again about law enforcement, and he dodged it again. And he just said, law enforcement doesn't have to tell us anything. he was bragging when law enforcement was the difference for me too, prayer warrior, is that he was very boastful and bragging about when law enforcement was in contact with him. But now that they're not, it seems like he's like, oh, well, they don't have to tell us anything, so it's very odd. Rogue. And Donna says, maybe she's trying to get friendly to get some answers. Well, that's very possible, but I think that I think that ship has sailed, in my opinion. It seems to me like when they did the first interview that was going to be the last interview, in my opinion. And it might not be. He might want to fire up Alive with Terry Lynn again for old time's sake. I don't know. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around it. You know what I mean? I know you want to play Django. I understand, hon. NC Taylor says, not trusting Clue's words. She's earned that, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I agree, C. Taylor. That's one thing that, I try to consider the sources when people haven't been truthful in the past. What makes me think they're going to be truthful? But I will say that Clue mentioned this twice in her lives. One time in the beginning and another time at the end. And no one corrected her. Like, no one was like, no, Terry Lynn wasn't sitting with us. Like, she wasn't in the courtroom, Clue. What are you talking about? That's another thing that causes me to pause. Another thing that causes me to pause is when, there are a lot of haters. And, and I understand that too, coming from, and that's why I wanted to put two people that were there to kind of compare and contrast what was said. And then, like I said, I don't know if Terry Lynn was like waiting in her car and watching for them to come out, and the minute that she did, she runs up. I don't know. I don't know that. If she was late for court, it's not like it was a closed proceeding. She would have been able to come in and sit down. Did she come in and sit down for a couple of minutes and then go back outside? It's possible. I wasn't there. And Kaika says, don't forget Terry Lynn used to go out with Daniel years ago. So it's not as though she doesn't know them or working for them. Yeah, that's kind of where my brain went, Kaika, is the connection that's always been there, that's always been kind of denied. But, it's been alleged that Chris was on the phone. Well, when he was up on Smiley Stories panel with Katie, he excused himself to talk to his daughter, but it was really Terry Lynn who had called to talk to him, if that makes sense. And so he lied to everybody and said, that he had to take this call, but it wasn't his daughter. It was Terry Lynn. So that was, a few weeks after Sebastian went missing. And, she's calling him and stuff like that. I don't know exactly how, she got his phone number, or if, it was looked up. I'm not sure. Because, it was my impression that, she held his feet to the fire in that. Oh yeah, thank you. Hey Jude, thank you. Don't piss me off. It looks ridiculous as hell though. Hell yes. Real grown up. Well, and it's just not, it caused issues in the case. Like, that wasn't smart. Like, I just don't understand what was going on there. Is that what those two are attentive to in a missing child's case? It's sickening. Yeah, and it's just, I can't believe that the courts can still have Betty come in for a criminal case when Chris is pulling that nonsense outside the courtroom. It doesn't make sense, I don't know why UA was there either, Lil Redo, and people in Clues chat were also asking her, like, why was she there? You know, what was the point? Again, another person just inserting themselves where they really don't belong, because if you're interested in finding Sebastian, then you're not interested in going up there and starting a fight in front of the courthouse. To me, I can't get on board with that, and I won't. And there was a lot of things that were going on that I didn't get on board with. Oh, I missed a members only. Dang. Okay. I need to pay attention to when those happen. I'm at that point, Kaika. I cannot trust none of them. You know, I mean, it's just like, how can you? How can you? Um, you know, I don't know that she's a weak link, Denise, but hey, Kloops, but I think that she has decided that she wanted to, go back to Stephen Crabtree and that group. Because anytime, that's another thing that I found to be odd, that not one time did, Clueminati say an ill word toward Terry Lynn. But whenever the last court date happened, she certainly drugged Terry Lynn through the mud, in typical Clue fashion, where she just, calls you every name in the book, and, yells and screams and throws a fit. And so that didn't happen this time. So I don't understand, kind of. It seemed to me like she was perfectly fine with Terry Lynn being there. And then, oh, yes, Stephen Crabtree. And then, oh, yeah, Terry Lynn. It was, again, weird. No, they don't give 0 Fs about Sebastian, in my opinion, either, Holly. And it's sad, and don't wear overalls if you have a football. Hey, Jude, here for the truth says, in my opinion, if you're so scared of B, then why are they at courthouse where they knew she was? That's another good point, and in my opinion, Betty should have been the one that was scared. Like, I would have asked for an escort out of the building just in case somebody went around the other side of the building. Like, there were several people there too. I heard that Chris's sister was there. I don't know for sure. But there could have been other people around. You don't know. Terry Bowersox could have been waiting in the parking lot himself. I don't know who was all waiting in the parking lot. That was weird too. Like, where are these people coming out of the woodwork for? And what is the what's the point? Um, it's not, it doesn't help anything, and guys, please be respectful in chat. I don't want to make fun of anybody or anything like that. Well, see, Taylor, what she said was she named off herself, Cletus, Chris, his mom, and then she named off like UA, Stephen Crabtree, and Terry Lynn, and then she said, and then across the pond or aisle we had Sean, because they call Seth Sean, because Dog the Bounty Hunter made a mistake one time and called him Sean, but they do call him that. And then they were saying, other people, Sonia, and then Chris said she has a very weird spelling of her name. She doesn't. That's normal spelling. That's right. Thanks, Detroit. That was the other person that was over on Seth's side, was the E's. Thank you. You just in the nick of time, I saw that comment. Thank you. But yeah. Well, they think it's a big joke, and that's the problem. It's not. And it's like, why show up there and make a situation worse? Especially if you're not going to be there for the court proceeding. Being there for the court proceeding, or being there to have a better understanding, because you're a YouTube creator, to get up, and so that way you can give your account as a more of a first-hand account than a second-hand account, right? Because my account is always going to be second-hand account because I'm not at the courthouse, right? So I take from Clue, I give her the benefit of the doubt since she said it in her live twice. And then also I gave Betty the stage because it was about her, you know, it's her court case. So, but nothing's funny about it. No, it's actually gross, you know, it's actually very gross. Hey, Cammy, good to see you. And Kaika says probably one old Shag. No, Shag and Crabtree. Well, and you know, that again, I cannot speculate. I've just never seen anybody drop somebody's link like mad, you know. It was just, especially after the way that I perceived what happened in one of her lives when the TikTokers all came about, because that was set up by one of her friends, and then Crabtree just talked down to, in my opinion, to Terry Lynn, and from my knowledge, he wasn't going to be kind of a part of her channel anymore because she was promoting him and then not. And, you know, I also like to promote people, but I also am not going to sit up here and be like, don't follow this person, or really follow them. You know what I mean? I'm like, go check them out and see if you like them. If you want to subscribe to them, do it. You know, and that's just kind of how it works on YouTube with creators. We try to, the good people are going to lift each other up. You know, and so that's just how it's going to work. But it was a lot, and I didn't want anything to do with it. I never wanted to have anything to do with Crabtree after this, the way that I saw he and the TikTokers act. And, you know, Barbecue Lady was there. It was a bunch of them. And then Chris and Katie showed up, and it was, you know, I don't know if it was all like made up or what was going on, but the more that I figure out about the area and how people kind of are operating differently on YouTube than they are on, you know, in real life, it's concerning. So hi, one Mad Gina, good to see you. Oh yeah, Lil Redo, for sure. We don't know. We don't know whether she was supporting the Man in the Moon, but you know, again, I do have to raise the question, what was she doing there? I mean, that's not helping Sebastian, in my opinion. See, that's the thing, Clues. What Clue alleges is that Terry Lynn was sitting with them in the courtroom, and across the aisle was Seth and Bullhorn Betty and their group of people that were supporting them, the Mr. and Mrs. E, etc. Other people are saying that she was outside the courthouse and got into an altercation with the Bower Sox. Well, not Terry, but mainly Mama Sox, and that they had gotten into it. So that is the general consensus, because when I asked for people to let me know what they think in the comments, a lot of people said that she was not in the courtroom. But then again, why was she there? Was she waiting outside the courthouse to pounce on Chris's mom? Or like, that's where I'm missing the connection. It's strange, excuse me, it's strange, Brenda, and it's more or less just a question of what the heck is going on now in this case. You know. Yeah, I would have sat across the pond at Betty's side too, and she was sitting across the pond the last time, and that's what's weird about Clue saying that she was sitting with them, and across the pond there was other people. That's why I thought, so the Crabtree thing was like a a shift for Terry Lynn, and I guess I didn't see it, or it wasn't, and Clue is lying. I mean, it's one or the other. But I definitely saw the shift, and that's why I took myself away from it. It does sound like a VD, Denise. It does. Um, Meow says KP was angry and CP walked off with Terry Lynn. Yeah, that's different. That's different, because the last thing that Terry Lynn said about Chris Proudfoot was that she had to go wash her mouth out, and she had that dirty feeling, and now they're alleged to be with each other. That's what I mean. Like, I had to get up here and discuss this with you all because I can't make heads or tails of it, and there's just a lot of crazy stuff going on. And Megan L says, "Oh wow, Terry Lynn flip-flopped according to Clue and is hanging with Crabtree again, all sitting together like a bunch of good old chums." Yeah, exactly. It's unreal. I feel the same way. That's why I'm like, what is going on? But would make a perfect sense since Terry Lynn has been so hush. I mean, it makes sense to me in that way. Yes, it does. It definitely does. Like, it's just, the problem is that, it seems like there's a lot of people that are willing to swoop in that weren't there, and vouch for Terry Lynn, but then you go on X and the intelligence agency is calling out some of the really awful activities that she has been able to participate in, but hasn't been able to participate in, going live for her members or any of that. It's all so strange. It's definitely feels like a flip-flop in my opinion. And Auntie Ray says, "I think Terry Lynn has known the Proudfoot clan for a very long time." It's my understanding that she has, but then she would try to minimize it. And so I've also asked myself the question, was she involved with the Foot clan from the very beginning? And I just didn't see it. It's strange. Hey, Kim G. Okay, let me look on a members only, Sammy. Thank you. Money. Yeah, Krista, and that's one of my biggest things. And that's why I played money for you guys in the beginning, because I just feel like that's what Sebastian's case has been reduced to, a bunch of people who just want money and they don't care how they get it. They don't care what kind of dirty deeds they do. And it's very sad. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous, New post from Hong 2 hours ago. Hong posted a lot of stuff today. Bless says, "I haven't heard many cheers for Sebastian lately, listening to those people, in my opinion." No, it's a night and day difference from when Seth comes up to when they come in. Yeah, Kaika, I just found him to be very aggressive, and I didn't want to follow him any longer. I tried to give him a chance when Terry Lynn was first promoting him, and I could never get down with him. And Crafting says, "In my opinion, I believe the ladies were having words. Court ended and his mom was out there, and maybe CP was actually telling them all to shut up and stop this crap. I don't know." That's possible. That's possible. I don't know what could have transpired, but it's like, if they were having words, how did they end up from the 5th floor to the 1st floor? What did it begin in the courthouse, or was it something that transpired outside? Because Bullhorn Betty said she was looking out, and she just saw a bunch of people fighting down there. I said a year ago that Terry Crabtree relationship? Oh, with these either related or friends. Well, she would call Sasha, she would call him like a brother to her. She was saying that too before I left her community, and I couldn't, not after he did hardcore rugs in the woods on his live, said he's looking for Sebastian. No way. I just can't, again, I cannot be okay with that. And Cece says, why is Clue so embedded in all of this? Someone needs to do a deep dive on that, in my opinion. Yeah, and I mean, I think people have, I do. I think people know a lot about her. I think they do. And Prayer Warrior says, cops should have been in the parking lot instead of court, in my opinion. Yeah, good point. They should have been. They should be watching these people. How many times do we have to hear that Chris Proudfoot blows up outside of a courthouse or outside of a police station, but the police don't listen or pay no attention or pay no mind to him? It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's like, it, I can't, there's no words for me for the police officers who weren't involved in watching Chris, I mean, yelling at his mom. And then also, I don't know why anybody didn't send like a deputy out there. I don't know. I don't know. Megan Housewife number 6. I also believe last court hearing that TL appeared at, she sat in the back of the court, not necessarily on one side or the other. That's not true. Crafting in true crime. That's not true. She's in the news coverage, sitting right next to the whole group of people. She did a live stream afterwards and said that she, stands up for justice and everything like that. Oh yeah, after court and stuff. So yeah, that's not, accurate at all. But what did happen is that, Clue is saying this. Bullhorn Betty said that they were down there. So, I do think, in my opinion, that could somewhat corroborate that Terry Lynn was with that group of people, because Seth's group of people had not left and gone downstairs yet. They were still on the 5th floor. And so if she was allegedly, in Clue's opinion, in the courtroom, then she would have went down with her bunch, right? I mean, I'm not sticking. I don't have a horse in the game, or a dog in the fight, or however you want to say it. I'm just trying to report on, and get to the bottom of this. Because I do have a problem with being, two-faced, and if I see that, I'm going to call it out. Notice he didn't replay on him speaking to Ellie. No, he didn't. No, yeah, he never replied on him speaking with Ellie. No, twice he dodged that. And that just happened to be like in the spot where I, was doing the video, and I was like, well, that's 2 times, And Brenda says they have had a lawyer since Nancy Grace interview, in my opinion. I think so too, Brenda, and I definitely think that there was a lawyer in the background when they were talking to Heather PI over the phone, and it was Chris and Katie. I really do. Yeah, I think so too, Loretto. I don't think they're telling them anything. No, because he was so quick to brag about it the last time and be like, oh, Ellie talks to us all the time. We talk to them all the time. He always skirts the question. He does, Sasha. He does. There should be a law. Megan Nelson says there should be a law on how many times a person's allowed to marry. Oh my goodness. And Sammy says, Lady Freedom, I did leave a comment on your short, but I'm going to try to climb in the bushes. Good night, Sammy. Thanks for being here. Wasn't that lawyer with KP at the interview recently? Allegedly, yes. Yeah, I think so. I do. And Rogue says, okay, people are saying Terry Lynn was seen yesterday at the courthouse and the circus show went outside at the courthouse with family members and Terry Lynn. Then Terry Lynn and CP walks off together and was seen looking at the phone. Okay, I see. So they're saying she was seen at the courthouse, and then everything began in the courthouse, or outside of the courthouse rather, excuse me, with family members and Terry Lynn. And then Terry Lynn and Chris walk off together. See that, I mean, okay. There you have it, folks, according to Rogue. And Kaiga says Crabtree was stalking a psychic channel, plus on their video call, sucking her from him to turn on and two-face and slander her. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. He was being completely rude to Terry that day, and that's why I was like, well, I will never support him either. And I had unsubscribed to him before that, and I wasn't going to advertise it because that was Terry Lynn's boy, so I was like, I'm not going to advertise it, but I'm not going to also follow somebody like that. I can't. It's not he's not what I'm about. And Rogue says, allegedly CP tells Terry Lynn you were asleep when the phone call came in. Oh, what phone call? Because people said that she was late to court. So, Yeah, I agree with that too, Lori, but I think it runs deeper than that. I used to think that as well, like strictly only. But there's just something more to it. There's something more to it. Is that the person who had purple hair, Sasha? And Missy had purple hair. Interesting. Is that for trafficking advocacy? She sure does talk about it a lot. I don't know. I didn't know. See, I would think... See, Clue was talking about some girl with the purple hair too, but she would have said Melissa, I would think. No, they don't. They don't. Thank you for your comment, Krista. They don't. No. Okay, supposedly it's Melissa. And Cece says, where was Katie when Chris was off to the side with Terry Lynn? See, that's another thing. I'm just wondering how she got in the mix with the Foot Clan down there. She was in the mix with the Foot Clan at some point or another, but I don't know really what. But maybe I need to watch Justin's. Meow says that was his sister Melissa. Thank you, Meow. Birds of a feather. Yes, Brenda. I mean, Rogue, it's very possible. It's very possible, but I don't know. Oh, okay. Detroit says UA Crimson has purple hair. Okay. Isn't she a nurse? Is a professional supposed to have purple hair? But whatever, this BS is what it is. Yeah, I know. Exactly, Rogue. Exactly. Mama Cedar says Cherry's always come off as fake to me. I subbed for a few, but didn't last long. Why she walk off with CP at court and showing their phones to each other? I mean, it's odd, and I saw a lot of hypocritical behavior. I also saw a lot of bullying, mean girl behavior. There's been a lot of stuff that has been going on. But pertaining to Sebastian's case, I just don't understand why she's inserting more drama into his case. It doesn't make sense. Oh, Forrest says the purple hair is this CP's sister. But thank you, Mama Cedar Street. I don't know what to think, honestly. I have a few ideas just based on my experience and what I saw when I left the community. I just wasn't liking what I was seeing. There wasn't any way that I was ever going to work with any of those people. Well, when Betty said that they have a lot, they seem to have money, but they don't dress well for court and stuff like that, I just thought of the Beverly Hillbillies DJ. um, Aw, Sebastian would be adorable in a mullet, in my opinion. Holly, yes, that was so cute. Aw. Oh, I will check his new post. I will. Give me 1 second, Rogue. Here, let me go ahead and play this next one. The Podiatry family. Where I am. Yeah, I just never thought of like dressing down for court ever, like, because I had to go to family court and stuff, and I just never. But yeah, thank you here for the truth. I never knew there was a dress code, just always knew to dress nice. Yeah, because you want to kind of make a good impression. You're not trying to like, you know, make a bad impression or anything. Okay, yeah, that is true, Rogue. Hey, couponing, good to see you. It's a little ironic. Sebastian couldn't eat, and now KB is wasting away. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know about that. I didn't, like I said, they didn't show any type of pictures. Like I don't know if there's any even pictures out there that people were taking. Because last time they were supposed to have handed their phones in. Well, we saw them taking their phones. So I did see the one thing about TL and Edgar, Brenda. I did. Mama Cedar Street says the craziness / distractions comes out full force when the Proudfoots and Bowersocks are coming under fire, when the heat under their feet is starting to burn a bit. I agree. I agree with that. I agree. And, people just go over and give them a really soft place to land, and I don't agree with that. You know, Yeah, we're not allowed to wear open-toed shoes in our courtrooms when I work for the DA. Yeah, Lil Redo, and that's the thing. I know a lot of them won't allow like sandals and things like that. You are so right. Um, oh no, Megan. Megan says I think it's mandatory STD testing within the group of people. Will tell all who's been with who. Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. I mean, I don't know if I believe that speculation, Hong. I did see, let me check that too. Well, heck, we'll just watch this next clip by Bullhorn Betty so you guys have something to look at while I'm over here.
Judge, and it's not because he moved this up to the appellate court. He didn't really have a choice. That's what people don't understand. The choice was removed because the statutes are so clear. He's not the court that needs to hear it when the appeal was put out. So they're moving that all over to the appellate court. Again, the law is the law. All these attorneys are officers of the law. So even, Chris's attorneys kind of stuck with the law. So they had to agree that is the law. And it was 5 minutes, a lot of money later, and we're walking out ready to go to the appellate court. Now, again, the appellate court's going to take, from my understanding, take a little bit longer to get in front of. And the bad part about it is most likely my protective orders would have expired by the time we're there. But it's not about the protective order. I could give two rats' asses about the protective order. I've never violated, never been around, I've never contacted them before these protective orders were even in place. So it's not about the protective order. It's about what the nonsense and the trash that's in that protective order. And that's my name, my reputation. And I'm going to be damned if if I'm not going to fight that, if I'm not going to fight those words. It's not about whether these protective orders are in place or not. They should never have been in place. It's about vindication. It's about clearing my name. And now that we're out of here, I feel like I'll get a better shake than I would have. And I still have to go before Judge Blanton in the criminal courts. We'll see how this rolls, but I can't really comment on that because it's an upcoming hearing and I can't comment on, once it's over, we can have, at least some talking about it. But until that time comes, we can't have a discussion about what's going on. But that's where we are. So we will be back here on April 16th. And we will, I guess, just hit this head on, And I know that the stays are in place. The appeals are going to be had. We're going to go to the appellate court. We're going to be heard. And I think now that this, we're starting to tear apart what has been done. I think we need to start focusing. I think we need to quit worrying about Bullhorn Betty and start focusing on the victims. That's what I think we need to be doing, in all fairness and in all honesty. Because at the end of the day, something isn't right. When parents spend more time, think about it. They spent more money. They've never spent a dime trying to find their son. They haven't even put one penny toward a reward fund. They've put more money toward content creators that trash Seth, right, with those super stickers and super chats than they ever are private cash apps or whatever. They haven't even done that for their own son. Okay? So I want people to understand there is something here. There is absolutely something here when they spend more time on one lady from Florida that was here for 3 days to create a distraction on why they have been MIA for a year. There's something wrong with that. There's something seriously, seriously wrong with that. So I think people need, at least us, like with the whole thing with that crackpot family member, we're not going to discuss her anymore. I could care less, whatever. She's made her bed. She's going to have to lie in it. She got in bed with the devil. So enjoy dancing with that devil. That's all I got to say about that. We're not talking about her. We're not listening to any more of these distractions, these BS distractions. It's time to get focused. Sebastian has been missing for well over a year, 14 blessed months.
Okay, guys, so, just a quick clip in there. And I wanted to welcome in CNY family. Thank you so much for being here. And then also Don B. Nice to see you, Don. We're just talking about Bullhorn Betty, what her take on court was. And then also she brings up Yada a little bit. So I figured, that was a good time to kind of give her the floor since they dealt with Yada personally. Also, thank you for your comment, Jersey lady, too. Thank you so much. But, Bullhorn Betty does talk about Yada and just says she's not really wanting to give a whole lot of time and energy to her. And then also about Chris and Katie's behavior, which I'm a lot more interested in that, too, because I just really think that Chris and Katie's behavior has been odd throughout this whole entire thing, that they have put more money, like Betty said, towards taking down YouTubers or causing trouble on YouTube than they have to find Sebastian, in my opinion. Crafting is asking, I'm just wondering everyone's thoughts on how many miles would you search if you think the car is involved versus it is not. That's a good question, Crafting. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you, Rogue, for dropping CNY's family link. I really enjoy their content too. Well, yeah, I'm glad too, Sasha. I'm glad because, we hear all of this stuff back and forth. But then when they show their true colors, it makes it easier to see. And we've already saw Chris. I mean, Chris has done so much in this case, so, I don't know who, who lives in Stafford, Connecticut. That's funny, Sasha. Lil Redo says, yes, what is that? I had not heard that. Hey, Justice Jane, good to see you. Thank you for hitting that like button. Thanks so much for being here. I notice all of these houses are very similar, no variety. They are, yeah, they are. Yeah, CNY says according to the according to them, they still live there. Thank you, because I didn't know anybody was there. I didn't even know there was a connection to Connecticut. Yeah, records. Thank you. Hindsight says records show they have not moved. Oh, Brandon says, I know. And see, that's how it usually is with no receipts at all. That's the problem. Thank you, Rogue, for dropping Don B's link. Thank you. Yeah, very cookie cutter homes. Yeah, I can see that too. I can definitely see that. Their distractions worked, in my opinion. Yeah, I believe that too, C. Taylor. I think a lot of the distractions that have been successful, unfortunately. You know, it's one of those things. And it doesn't help, and then we're all sitting here wondering what the real truth is. And it's like, yes, Brenda, we're going to get right into that. I'm going to show this very last part because I didn't get all of Betty's live, but I wanted to put in the good parts where, well, not that she's gonna be like, what? Not that the whole live wasn't good. It was just I kind of wanted to put in some main focus points, and this next part is going to talk about how they think Sebastian could be in about 100 miles to 50-mile radius around his home, and that they're going to be organizing some searches. So, yeah, great question, Sasha says. And the CNY family says, sometimes I feel like we're all in a live action Netflix movie with all the craziness going on all the time. I agree. It's like, and that's why I kind of wanted to take a step back, because I was like, what is going on? And there's so many different accounts of what happened that it's so hard to tell what's real and what's not. So I agree with that completely. All of the craziness going on all the time just makes it unbelievable, really. Oh, okay. Hope Float says, not sure. Some saying TL was late and stayed outside, then KP, etc. crew was fussing, then CP, I don't know. Yeah, see, it's so strange. Like, why can't we just, I mean, there were tons of people there. It's just like, can we not get an accurate account of events, or is that just impossible in this case? It's frustrating. Prayer Warrior says, yeah, it doesn't make sense. I wondered if you're allowed to fight like that on court property, assuming they were in the parking lot, in my opinion. Yeah, well, my thoughts on it was that Betty said it was in front of the courthouse. That's why I was like, I'd be asked to take out the back, or go out the back with an escort, police escort. And also, she said she was looking from the 5th floor window down. So I'm assuming it was right in front of the courthouse. I don't know how the parking lot is situated, though. It looked like they have, if it's the Gallatin courthouse, like I'm thinking, it looks like they had, stairs going up and, the sidewalk and stuff like that in front of the courthouse. Because I put the courthouse in my video when I did one about Betty's court date last time. There are too many people in the circle. True. Megan Hill's very true. Yeah, stay away if you smell something fishy. Definitely. Definitely. Yeah, it's a recent one, Detroit, and it's about Sebastian, and Katie is recounting the events to Dateline, but it's a news article by Dateline. Hindsight, it's unbelievable. It really is. Bolting from my car. I'd be rogue. I probably would. I would not want to be in that situation, you know? But what I'll do is go ahead and play this very last clip for us, and then I will get into um, the story, because I do want to go over the story, but I do think it's really important what what's being said here in terms of Bullhorn Betty's thinking to kind of basically broaden the search radius, and how they think that they have some good locations that they're looking to search. And Megan L says, "Lady, I thought you fell asleep and started to snore till I looked at my phone and saw you did it." Oh, no, 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 no! I won't do that to you guys. If I do, start yelling at me. No. My other phone died though. That's why I couldn't look up that post, because I was going to on the other and then it died. And if I try to undo this one, it's just going to be like a mess up, because StreamYard takes up your battery like nobody's business. Oh no. That's funny. Is your dog really unalive? Sometimes the pig, yeah, he's got a pig, and it makes like a little oink oink sound or whatever. And yes, that's funny. Oh my goodness, you guys. Django, you got them making me think I'm snoring over here. DJ. Oh my goodness, you guys. That's the last thing I need. Loving Life 67, good to see you. She says, I'm hearing that UA Crimson and Terry Lynn showed up together. Oh boy, see, that's not making me feel any better, Loving Life, but I appreciate you letting me know. Oh boy. How would I don't know, accuse someone and go out of your way to do it? It doesn't make sense. I'm so lost. I know, exactly. It doesn't make any sense at all. And she has been, C. Taylor, to the other hearings. Yeah, not surprising to me that she'd be there. The E's were there. It's surprising that there would be an altercation attached to Terry Lynn with the feet. It was surprising if Clue is being true. I didn't even mean to rhyme that. About what her account is. And Betty said that she was right down in there in the mix with everybody. So I don't know. I don't know. I just know my last experience was, Crabtree and then dropping those links, and I was like, I can't get on board with that ever. I won't ever. Yeah, Hope Float, she was sitting. See, that's why when Clue said that, it was like, oh, okay, well, that's different. And I kind of already felt that shift, but I didn't know if it was true or not. And it looks like it is, if she's showing up with, UA, and, we all know she's associated with Crabtree again. So, and Meow says, but before Terry Lynn sat with Betty and Seth and Tony, right? Yeah, Meow. And that's what's so weird. Every day's a surprise, DJ. That's no lie, Yeah, the E's didn't fight in the parking lot. Hey, Jude. I mean, I just have to, and they're, very classy people. They're not going to do that. Unless somebody is, like, if I don't know how it transpired, but I'll say, unless Mama Socks came in yelling full force at Terry Lynn, then I can understand why she would defend herself, right? It's only fair. But I also I don't understand what she was doing if she wasn't in the court to hear the court proceedings. I'm just confused as to how that transpired too. Oh, good, Connie. Yes, I'm so glad you're here. Oh, no worries, Sharon. You're not late. You're fine, hon. We've just been talking a bunch of nonsense. The second half of the show is where you guys want to be, because we're going to talk about the interview with Dateline, which is more important than this. But I'm glad about the outcome in court. I think that it's a good thing. I think an appellate judge does need to hear it. Yeah. Yeah, it's too much drama. It is Meganelle's. And see, that's the problem that Seth is facing, and the reason why he has to move forward with the RICO, in my opinion. I don't think he wants to, deal with the RICO. I think it's like a thorn in his side, I think, but he also needs to stick up for himself and Sebastian's reputation and his case and stuff like that. And so, like, I agree with your comment. She says, it sounds like people are getting too sticky, and when that happens, I need to be done. I can't do adult sticky mess stuff. It's drama. Yeah, and good people don't want the drama, right? They just don't. They don't want to hear about it every day. They don't want to watch people that fire up alive and talk bad about other people. They don't want the mess, right? We want to get down to the bottom of what's happening here. And I think it's important that we recognize that. Yeah, I'd like to know that too, C. Taylor. Thank you for asking who reported that Terry Lynn was with said person. Yeah, Hope Float says, I think late for court and was outside. So she was late for court and didn't go into the courthouse, allegedly, in your opinion, and then she waited outside and then went and talked to the Bowersocks and foot people. Yeah, Mr. E could, yeah, they could. And I would really, the thing about Mr. and Mrs. E's answering it is because they kind of, they don't have any skin in the game either, just there for moral support. So again, and that's the whole reason why I use Clue's account too, because she said that that's what happened. And I found it funny that me repeating, this is what I always look out for, guys. And maybe I'm just a little bit too far into the true crime stuff, but I always look for people's reactions when there's something just little put out there, right? So my video is 4 minutes. I literally took the audio from Clues and I transformed it, right? So that a way I could play it under fair use. And next thing I know, I'm being told by Terry Lynn's friends or people that know her or something, just, being bombarded in the comments, which thank you for helping the algorithm. But you guys are like telling me that she's going to strike my channel and I didn't even use her content. Like, that's pretty intense. And I think that's very bullying behavior on her part. I'm allowed to say whatever I want in the case, right? As long as I'm producing some sort of a receipt. And in the title of my video, it plainly says, according to Clue. So why wasn't somebody upset with Clue for her saying that when she's the one that said it and I just replayed it? I watch out for those things because then that means that there's some truth to it. And that's why I am kind of standing firm until I can find out either way whether there was truth to it or not. Because what is the reason to get upset or try to strike my channel for me putting out content of somebody who was in the courtroom that day? I wasn't, right? It's just like me playing Bullhorn Betty because somebody actually requested me to. One of my subscribers did, and I said, you know what, that's a good idea. She did a good live, and so I pulled her in too. So it's just very odd to me that there was like flying monkeys in my comments, which I don't get a lot of that. We don't have that here. And just because I played a clip from what Clueminati said and asked you guys what you thought about it, it was like all of a sudden Troll City. Weird, right? We don't have that here. So she could keep those people over there. Megan L says TL could put it to rest, but she's been silent for a while. Yeah, and I was waiting for her to. I wouldn't play her content because she's very vindictive, but I would take notes and tell you guys, and I quote, and then you guys could go watch it for yourself. And I will do that if she decides to come out and say something. But, you know, until then, until, I see some pictures or whatever, I'm just gonna kind of try to piece everything together with what people were saying who were actually there. And I think that's all I can really do at this point, is share people's recollections, right? We've talked about this several times too over here, how you and I can both be in the same situation. Okay, just for example, we can both be in the same courthouse, but everything going on, we're absorbing different information, right? Because we're two separate people. You might perceive things one way, I might perceive things another way. So it's just all based on perception, right? And so, but there's certain things that are just, the truth is the truth, right? And so, like I said before, if she wasn't in the courtroom sitting listening to the court proceedings because she showed up for court too late, so she decided to hang out in her vehicle, and then she got out to fight. Because from my perspective, I'm looking at that like, what's the point and how does that help Sebastian? And why were you even there? Because it wasn't your court proceedings, it was for somebody else. And then I hear she shows up with UA, allegedly, and that whoever said that's opinion, right? It's still not adding up to me. It still doesn't make any sense. And it's not conducive with the person that I used to support, at all. I mean, but, it's been like that for, since the beginning of February. Loving Life says, gosh, I've listened to it so much I can't remember where I heard that. I'm trying to remember. No worries, Loving Life. It's okay. And, we're all, able to, we're all able to speculate, we're all able to speculate. Yeah, they were, well, she was getting flirted with Chris Proudfoot. And, that's when I joined Terry Lynn's community, because I thought, Smiley did a very good job of, keeping it like classy and not swearing and, being over, extra with it. And she held Chris's feet to the fire a couple of times in there where he tried to dodge a question and she'd be like, no, really, I would like to know. Or, she would tell him, ask him the question again, rather, and kind of held his feet to the fire, right? And then him and Terry Lynn, it was just like fire and fire, right? But I was like, at least somebody's finally like holding his feet to the fire again, because that was very early on in the investigation. And so, yes, Connie, we love you. And so with that being said, I tried to keep, a more open mind. And then I ended up, modding for her channel and different things like that. So, I have a different perspective than maybe other people would. And like I said, when I saw it going towards the other side, I just wasn't down with that. I can't be okay with that. That's not who I support. There will never be a flip over here. No, because I support Sebastian and the people who are looking for him. Not a person who changed their story a bunch, or, told a mixture of stories, to Dateline, because we'll see that. You guys are going to see it. We're going to go over it for sure. Rogue says, in my opinion, if you have had Mr. and Mrs. E's Crimecast, we tell you it's 0% rumor and 100% truth. They were also in attendance. Yeah, I do. I think they're wonderful. Yes, Rogue, I adore the E's. And they're just very fair people. They're very fair people who are just trying to cover the case in a very positive light. And that's what's important. And then I want to go ahead and get into this next video on what Betty was saying, because I think it's really good. Hey, Miss Sarah, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Okay, so let's go ahead. I need to listen to the real Me Too calling in as well, Loving Life. I didn't listen. Um, yeah, we love Seth over here, guys. He's always coming in and saying hello and thank you. It's just very kind of him to kind of come in and say hello. I am thankful for him coming in and saying that. Okay, Forrest says, I think Terry Lynn went there to see CP as she knew he would be there, just like LE to serve a criminal warrant that day because they knew the Foots would be there. Oh, that's interesting, Forrest. Yeah, and I mean, Bullhorn Betty kind of goes over the criminal warrant too, that it wasn't necessarily for Mr. Foote. It was about their court date that they have coming, an upcoming court date in, here in mid-April. And so I know there was some confusion around that. So thank you, Forrest, because yeah. Sammy says, just heard a few people say she made a comment to Kathy about Sebastian play. Multiple people also reported that she was sitting next to Crabtree. I don't know any of this firsthand. Yeah, and see, that's kind of where I was at too. I heard multiple people saying that she was outside the courthouse, multiple people saying that she was late, and then also multiple people saying that she was so yes, Sammy, that's exactly it. And that's what makes it so confusing, you know, and I want to understand it before I explain it to you, all of you, or maybe give you even my opinion on it, right? Because it's only fair. But some of the things I've seen firsthand have pointed toward that direction. Oh, okay. Sharon says, in my opinion, Chris showed a subpoena, not a criminal warrant, and it can't be for BHB as she wasn't in court yet for next date from judge, in my opinion. Well, those are two separate cases. So the criminal matter is going to be before Judge Ron Blanton, mid-April, but this was being heard in front of a different judge because Betty's lawyers were asking that the appellate courts hear it instead of this particular judge because that's what falls under Tennessee law, is my understanding. Some people do have a seductive personality, for us. That's true. I didn't even think of that. Manipulative too sometimes, or just, you know, they don't portray themselves how they really are. Loving Life says it's weird how we can't get straight answer on who was actually in the courtroom. I know, Loving Life. And, you know, it's really funny because it's like, is it because, you know, and this is just my question, is it because there was no camera crew there this time or something? Because I haven't seen any news coverage from it. Is that the reason why people feel the need that, or, you know, feel able to lie about the situation? Because somebody's lying. Come on, you know? Somebody's lying, and I want to find out who it is. Dang it, you know? Yeah, emotional attachment to Crabtree. I agree with that, Detroit, and I don't understand it. It would only have taken one time for him to speak to me that way, and I wouldn't have any type of involvement with him at all. You know, I wouldn't. No. Oh, Meg, for sure. It sounds like, she says, it sounds as if there are too many locals involved in a case that there have no reason to be involved in. Very well said. Because it's just getting too, I mean, it's just getting too crazy, and they're the ones making the crazy, right? It's not even poor Betty, who came from all the way from Florida, and she's down there, and they're the ones causing a scene down in in front of the courthouse. And what was the scene about? And if you're late and you're not going to go in for the court proceedings, then why stick around in the parking lot? It doesn't make any sense to me. I guess maybe, I mean, everybody's different, everybody's different. Not everybody's gonna do what I would do, right? Nobody's gonna ever do what you do. People are different, but it's also, I just don't know what the point is. Yeah, the TikTokers happened. Yeah, that was my understanding. I'd never been asked to subscribe to him before. Well, excuse me, I should say we were asked to subscribe to him, and she was dropping the link in her channel. But then, a short time later, the incident with the TikTokers happened, and then it was like, don't follow Crabtree anymore. But I had already stopped following him because I was like, there's something wrong with him. And I understand he's an addict now. I didn't know that back then. I didn't realize that, and I don't wish that for anybody. I feel bad for the guy, but that doesn't mean I'm going to support him and follow him and, sit next to him in a courtroom or any of that, they need to think about Sebastian and not money. Thank you, Connie. Yeah, they all started, it was just it was very weird timing, loving life. It really was. Hey, Jen Jen. Jen Jen says she's frustrated from looking for Sebastian for over a year by herself, getting sick and ticks and bugs, and she could be using some freedom of speech on her. Or she could be using some freedom of speech on her. Well, I have done a couple videos praising Terry Lynn's efforts to find Sebastian, and I would never want to disparage the effort that was put forth, right? I never would do that because I agree that she was out there looking. As a local, I do think that that is, probably more normal. I mean, we can't all be out there looking because we're not local, right? We can all do our part. And we've talked about this here. All of us have something to bring to the table. And so I think that's important to remember. But I also think that it comes to a certain point where if you're not well yourself, then maybe you should not be inserting yourself into this child's case, because at the end of the day, he doesn't need more drama surrounding him. He has plenty. That his stepfather was starting drama the night before. His family members on his mother's side were starting drama the night before court. So, and in my opinion, the drama that they caused is the reason why Betty is in court right now. Thankfully, she has this ruling on the appellate courts hearing her side of the story, or them ruling on the matter. So Chris is going to stir up drama no matter what we do, right? Even as YouTubers, nothing that we're doing is going to cause Chris drama, right? But Chris will make sure that he does that. So again, if you miss the court date, aw shucks, next time I'll be there. Why are you sticking around to fight? It doesn't help. It's not helping. It's just not helping. And Crafting says, good, Lady Freedom, maybe once they heard that it's getting pushed off for another date, they started to clear out the court. I don't know. Thoughts? That's possible. I mean, Betty said it only took 5 minutes from her recollection, the whole entire thing, right? So it's very possible that it was just such a short process that, she didn't make it in there. But again, go home. Take care of yourself. Go home and take care of yourself. Why stick around and cause a fight? And Scranton says, isn't she kind of distant connection to CP by ex marriage or something? She dated one of his family members back in the day, but I don't know, and maybe that's why she felt compelled to, Sasha, that was another thing that I don't think that, the impounded car, I don't think we have that, but yeah, you know, I don't know that that has any direct correlation with anything, although it makes me wonder, if there was a little bit of playing both sides from the very beginning. I can't help but wonder that when this is all transpiring. Um, oh, okay. Crafting says, I thought TL was referring to people to Crabtree for watering searches for water searches for Sebastian. I could be wrong, but it was before the TT thing. Yeah, and I don't think there was any like ill intent for Terry Lynn to search with Crabtree or anything like that. I've known people that are very good people that have searched with him. So he was with Tony. I thought Tony was kind of befriended him in the beginning. So, I mean, I just think that, after a while you can't allow the bad behavior around Sebastian's case. You can't allow for somebody to go out in the woods and do hardcore drugs and then feel bad, like they're the victim all of a sudden. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. I'm sorry. I've lost a lot of really good people to hardcore rugs. And it's a very sad. It steals the person that they were. Some of the best people get hooked, right? But that still doesn't make it okay. Like, I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, poor Steven, when he's doing that in Sebastian's name. It'll never happen. Not from me. Somebody else wants to coddle him. I'm not his mama. And the fisherman, thank you for being here. The fisherman says, finally, you're all seeing all these little things. I'll go back to Terry Lynn and how she handled information and misinformation from the start. The fisherman, I will respectfully agree with you and say that I was very, very fooled by Terry Lynn and her antics. I was fooled. And I championed her and, always supported what she was doing because I thought she was doing what is good for Sebastian. When I see her doing this, I have no problem. I have no problem going over and saying, no, this is not right. And I will bring it up. I don't care who trolls and continues to threaten. I was already getting threatened. So, you know what I mean? Like, I know who this woman is and what she does to people. I've witnessed it and felt it and dealt with it firsthand. But I'm not afraid. They are not going to silence me. So I appreciate your comment, and I hope that people will take that seriously and really examine and look back on, especially many of us who were very involved in her community and thought it was a good place. Yeah, Clue does have connections to the Svensons. That is true, Sasha. Hey, Lizzie and Kurt, good to see you guys. Yeah, it's deeper. The stuff goes deeper. I'm doing great, Lizzie. Thank you for being here. I'm so glad you're here. How are you doing? It's just, I'm not the person that protects anybody. Like, I'm not somebody's protector in that regard. I will protect you all day if you're in the right, but if you're somebody who is going to, act a fool out anywhere, I'm not going to support that. That's what accountability is. It's not who you know and who you blow. It's actually, if they're doing wrong, they're doing wrong. That's not fair to sit there and say, well, it's Terry Lynn. She can do no wrong because she searched for Sebastian. That doesn't, because you do a good deed doesn't mean that you can do 100 bad ones. Because you do 100 good deeds doesn't mean that you can do 100 bad ones. You can't go through life thinking that you're that entitled. I'm not going to allow it. If I see it, I'm going to say it. And Clue saying this, I'm like, what? And then Bullhorn Betty, what? Okay, there was a fight down there, so she didn't just leave. What was she wasn't there to watch the proceedings? Like, it's got to make sense to some degree, guys. And it's going to come together eventually. But, you know, nobody's going to silence me from talking about it. And Scranton says one report said she wasn't in court. The next one said she's sitting next to Crabtree. Then a report says she was in a fight with CP. I mean, that's what I'm saying. And she loves the attention, guys. Don't let her fool you. And Calm Kitty says, so now Terry Lynn is friends with Crabtree and chatting in public with CP. Yeah, totally changes my opinion. I mean, you know, since she started doing what she did to me in February, my opinion was changed of her, but this doesn't help it. That's for sure. You know, I can't get, I'm not okay with it. I don't think Justin would mind you playing when he calls. Yeah, no, I think he would be okay with it. I think Loving Life. I'll do that for tomorrow night. I will. But I just also wanted to make sure that we talked about Sebastian tonight. You know what I mean? For a good portion of it, because, you know, somebody that hasn't looked for him in months doesn't deserve to have this platform. They just don't. Hey, Jana, good to see you. Very, very good to see you. Thank you for being here. Purple hearts for our Crystal. Oh, I know. I'm so glad that you get to catch a live. Oh my goodness. I was off for this last 2 days trying to figure all this crap out before I get up here and talk. Hey, Geo Twins. Good to see you. Very good to see you. Oh, yeah, Detroit. That is a good point. I wonder if he shaved his head because of a rug test. If he's receiving military benefits, they will do random rug tests, and if he fails, he will lose benefits, allegedly. Just a thought. Yeah, and I know we were talking about that the one night, and I think that you're probably right about that. I think that you're could be Did he have a buzz cut? Sorry. Now I'm thinking, did he have a buzz cut? Someone did a video. We'll have to wait to see if it comes out. I'll be looking, Sammy. And if you guys ever clip something or if you want to prove something, you know what I mean, or you want me to talk about it, I will. Thank you, Michelle, for doing that. I appreciate you, and thank you for being here. We need to post every day about Sebastian. We have to, you know. That's what Hong's post says, that Cherry Lynn and Crimson have been working together on a bunch of troll accounts. That's accurate. That is absolutely accurate, Sammy. Peacemaker, you're probably right about that. Outside the court was staged more of a distraction. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, guys, I'm ready. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to switch gears and talk about Sebastian. Thank you, Brianna's World. That's so sweet of you. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to, Cece. I don't want anybody, you know, don't go giving Terry Lynn any hate, you know, please. Not, especially not on my account. I just want to, what's shaking? I just want to know what's going on, and I want to get to the bottom of it. You know, I really do, because I saw someone go from night to day, or from day to night. I don't know. Depends on whatever, but hey, Ann, Brock, good to see you. But I cannot allow for yeah, I just don't want any affiliation with that. I just don't. Those are not good people, you know, that I would want to network with and things like that. And Jen said, and Crabtree calling Sebastian a effing kid. Yeah, well, he snorts crap and on TV and search for the child. I mean, exactly. That was, and that was played on her channel like before this flip. And he was doing stuff to kind of, hey, Roger S. Good to see you. Allegedly, there was some yelling going on between Terry Lynn and Chris's mom. And then Chris was yelling at his mom. Hey, Napa Nudge Father, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Drama makes no sense. Exactly. Oh, he is, a lot of the things he says is like way off the wall if you actually watch him, because I tried to, but I just couldn't. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, I believe Crabtree is just a loose cannon and blames it on his health issues and ADHD and other issues. And now he does get on his spirit box and ask questions as spirit guides. Oh, Lord. I see. And I can't with that either. I just, that's not my jam or anything. And, I am too, Bear. I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you for sharing that with us. And I appreciate you letting us know. And I'm glad that you were able to get away from it. It's bad stuff, I mean, I don't want to preach about it, but everybody, has their things, you know what I mean? There's lots of vices out there, but it's just when you get into that kind of stuff, it's, yeah, Calm Kitty, I was heartbroken. I couldn't believe it. Sometimes I still have trouble processing it. Show Poodles. I don't drink the water in Hendersonville, y'all. I think there is something wrong with it. Show Poodles, please don't ever drink the water. Hey, little Miss Sharon. And guys, I have a few of you that I need to mod up, and I haven't. I thought I did it, and it didn't let me do it for some reason. So just bear with me on that. I apologize. And Rocco Love, good to see you. Rocco says, damn, I just got here. I heard something about Terry Lynn, but don't know what happened. Basically, there's some controversy surrounding whether Terry Lynn was in the courtroom or not, whether she was fighting, Chris's mom down in the front of the courthouse. There's differing accounts, and we're just kind of trying to get to the bottom of all of it. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. You guys are awesome. Hi, Town Cat Cafe. Good to see you. Town Chat Cafe. Good to see you. Yes, definitely rewatch it later. Thank you. And I'm glad you were here. Thanks, Roger S. I'm glad to have you. Appreciate you. Hey, Monzy Smoke. Good to see you, hon. Oh, good, guys. I'm right to the end. Okay, so you know how I get in chat. I get really backed up. Okay, so let's just watch this last clip, and because Betty's got some good ideas about moving away from, her being the focus and then pulling us back into Sebastian. And then we're going to get into Sebastian.
And when we have not even half the truth, the drama community, we had the drama community more focused on one singular person, and that person isn't the victim, we've got also a problem. And then when you find out that somebody is in bed with those people, and it happens to be the child's mom and stepfather, now we're starting to see a very clear picture of what's going on. They go to lynchmen to do their PR, felons and addicts. Two people out of the military that have law enforcement in their pedigree is hanging out with felons and drug addicts. That should be enough. There's something seriously wrong here, and we need to be focusing on where is Sebastian. So now I would like to start refocusing this case now that I feel in a much better and much stronger position. We need to start getting down to brass tacks. We have a child missing. We have to start locating where the possibilities that child may be at. We are going through some AI, right? AI looks at a lot of different things and gives us some suggestions. Believe it or not, AI can help identify an area. We have reduced the area from a worldwide area down to 50 to 100 miles from his home. That's huge, right? That's huge. And that's a huge step in the right direction from where we were when we were in the unknown phase, right? When we were in the unknown phase. Now we finally have a radius, and our radius is 100 miles from his home. That's a big radius. We just went from 24,000 miles down to 100 miles. That's huge. That's huge. And that was with the help of AI. So now that we're at 100-mile radius, we do have some meat to work with here. So now you guys have, I know I've got a lot of people that have been searching this case, a lot of people that like to circle on maps, a lot of people, you guys have your radius now. Now it's time for us to get cracking. Where can this child be? Because we got some snake boots at the house, right? We're ready to get out there in the field. We're ready to start identifying some areas, and we're ready to start searching. So let's start getting our thinking caps on. And I want to take the focus off me, and I want to put it back on the victim here, because we are a victim-focused channel. And our victim is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, among many victims that we have on this show. And this is a now 16-year-old boy that has been missing for over a year. And it seems like the only person that really cares to find him or bring him home is his father, Seth. And we want to try to make that happen. We have been stalled and hampered in the search for Sebastian by his mom and stepfather. And we all know that that's been going on since the beginning of this case, when people started having their cars messed with, serpentine belts cut, all that stuff happened while good people were searching for Sebastian, and Chris and Katie were not. So we've got to get focused. We've been hindered and hampered long enough. It's time to get our shit-kicking boots on, and let's go find Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. So what am I doing right now? I am taking emails, bullhornbetty@gmail.com, bullhornbetty@gmail.com. We are going to now start putting some pen to paper, and we need to start looking at 150. We can start with 50, but we want to keep a 50-mile radius around his home. Let's start looking we know there's a lot of treed areas. We need to find things. If you guys can, sleuth for them. We need to find out, where are these comfort zones? Okay? These people are not going to be in a place they've never been before. Statistically, that's not something we're looking at. So this is going to be a place that these people know. This is going to be a place where they feel comfort, where they know what the history is. We had the little spot in the back that we could take a sip off the bottle, right? And smoke our little cigarettes, or go kiss our little boyfriends, right? The things that mommy and daddy didn't know we were doing. Why? Because I feel comfort there. I know where the secret spots are there. I know where the backwoods are there. I know how to go from point A to point B without being seen there. Why? Because we were kids and we didn't want our parents finding us smoking and boozing. Right? So if you have a problem that's this big, theoretically, you're going to be moving around in places that you're comfortable in. So now it's time to get cracking. Let's get to the maps.
Okay, so yeah, Bullhorn Betty, let's get cracking. And I agree with what she's saying here. She kind of cracked me up with the little, take your sip off of, your booze and kiss your boyfriend, and but she's right. She's right, little Miss Sharon. I agree. It's just like one of the major things that we see in this case, right, is the connection to the area. So I think what Bullhorn Betty is saying is correct. And I think that there may be some spots that need to be looked at that maybe we didn't think of before. And then I just wanted to say thank you so much to Roger S. Thank you so much for your super sticker with the green hearts on it. Thank you so much. And then also thank you to Blessed. Thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom membership. And if you got a Lady Freedom membership, make sure that you say thank you to Blessed and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And show Poodle says, see, told y'all something is in the water. I mean, it's kind of hard not to think that, you know. Oh, little Redo became a member. Yay, little Redo. Oh, okay. Detroit Rock City says Spirit Seeker Squad posted a short clip of CP talking to someone asking about him yelling at his mom. Short word salad. Check it out. I will, Detroit. I definitely will. I love Spirit Seeker Squad, guys. If you have not checked her out, she is amazing. She is a sweet, sweet woman, very smart, very keen eye, right? She is on it, in my opinion. But, you know, Betty talks about focusing in on this 50-mile radius around Sebastian's home that has treed areas. And then, of course, going out of that radius into a 100-mile radius. But I do have to kind of echo a little bit of what she was saying here, because I do agree that it all goes back to the efforts of Chris and Katie Proudfoot, in my opinion. They have also been named in this RICO filing that they have caused a lot of this grief, right? That they have been feeding questions to creators, you know what I mean? And then they turn around and say, well, you guys have a packet, you know, and it's all bogus. It's super scandalous. And then, you know, Bullhorn Betty says to email her if you would like to get involved. And I would urge us all to do that. Bullhorn Betty is amazing about answering emails back. One time I emailed her about the newest flyer and she sent it to me within like 2 minutes. I was so surprised. And I'm like, thank you so much, you know, because I wanted to get, it was this flyer that I printed out, I believe. Or maybe it was one of the ones that had just updated or something like that. But I was happy to have it and very professional, in my opinion, and a speedy response. So there's that. I am too. Bear says, I bet the AI is wrong. I've always thought somewhere on the way to Alaska, just my thought. Well, and you know, I think it's really neat. I'm not sure like what AI was used, because I you know, I'm not sure that she specified that, but you know, you never know. You just never know. And guys, I saw that somebody emailed, nobody kicked Forrest out, did they? Did Forrest get hidden on accident? And if you did, Forrest, what I'll do is just go back in and get you. I'll make sure if you got clicked on accident, because I knew that we were going to have trolls in here tonight, guys, and I apologize if somebody got booted on accident. You know, it's just part of it. Whenever you talk about controversy, it's going to happen. But we have to talk about these issues. Otherwise, you know, we can't just ignore them. Brianna's World says, Lady Freedom, I love how you respect Sebastian, and I love how you take up for yourself and not letting others run over you. Thank you, Brianna's World. I appreciate that. You always have been for Sebastian, and Sebastian's army appreciates what you do. Oh, that is so sweet. That means the world to me, Brianna's World. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. You guys are amazing, but you guys also make it that way too in here, you know. No, it's Roger. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just wish everyone searched in the beginning. Maybe you would have been found. I agree, G of Twins. I do. And I understand the frustration of people at this point in time. You know, we're all feeling it. And I don't think that anybody else's feelings are more valid than someone else's. I really don't. And I agree. I think that there needed to be more searching in the beginning, you know. Yeah, interference and investigation, you know. Jen says, what investigation? And I think that's valid. Now, we are going to hear from Craddock. He was not interviewed by NBC for Dateline, but he did send an email, and they kind of they read what he wrote, right? And we'll read that too. Thank you, Calm Kitty. Thank you. We love Sebastian, and it's just an unfortunate situation how this all transpired, because I saw, I think the law that was proposed earlier in chat in the beginning of the live is very valid, that every child needs a safe place. It should be mandatory. And then I also think that we need to do some reform when it comes to the CPS and, kind of how they evaluate situations. But then also, I think it's really important that we treat a crime scene as a crime scene, and we don't give that unconscious bias when it comes to what we're seeing, because we can't always judge the book by its cover, right? We have to look inside and make sure what we're seeing is what we're really seeing, especially in a case like this, because as Bullhorn Betty was saying, these are seasoned military professionals that we're dealing with, but yet they're dealing with people who are completely unprofessional, and it's very frustrating to see it play out, in my opinion. I am too. Bear says, come on, CP, paid by the month. There was 0 reasons to get that RV and take it to his mommy, and then they left. I know. And I've always been suspicious about the RV. That is one thing that has really caused me to pause and say, well, how were they able to switch RVs out allegedly and different things like that? And then it was a very noisy in their camper, in my opinion, during the Nancy Grace interview. So I think there's a lot to be said there too. I do think they did a piss poor job in the beginning, Jen, and that the evidence was ignored. And I wish that Craddock would come out more and say more nowadays, especially. But we'll hear from him. He did email Dateline NBC back, Brianna's World says BHB does a good job, and she knows how crazy YouTube is, but I can say she does a good research, and she does a lot of work. She does a good job too. Yeah, I agree. And I just don't think that it's fair for her to be in a situation like this, especially when we see Chris yelling at his own mother in the parking lot or in front of the courthouse, or, however, And Irony Rose says, I believe she initially had gone to support Betty, even though Betty said what she said, and I know that she went before to support Betty. Yeah, that's true, Irony. I think there was kind of a rift there. I remember hearing only one side of the story, though. That's the only problem I have. And then kind of my experiences afterwards were not good. Yeah, Cece thinks I am too, Bear. There is more to the RV than what we think, in my opinion. I think so too. I do too. That's always kind of been at the back of my mind too, And Lainey, good to see you, Lainey. Lainey says, in my opinion, I don't care what Craddock says if he isn't going to say something with substance about the case. Shaking my head. Right. I understand that frustration, Lainey, and I appreciate your comment. Yeah, it's very frustrating. Oh, I'm sorry, Irony. I'm so sorry to hear you have a headache, girl. It's really frustrating, guys. And like I said, I understand everybody's frustration. That's why, even if I have a different opinion, I will still, entertain some of it too, because I do think that everybody is frustrated right now. We all are, I get frustrated too behind the scenes. I just try to kind of keep it calm while I'm up here. But, there's times where, I can't believe what's being said or done, or I'm like, what in the world is this, and I might bounce it off somebody and just, to get it off my chest. And I hear a lot of your comments too, and people that are like, I asked my husband, or my husband and I, we're talking about this, and I think that's fantastic. as long as we're keeping Sebastian's name out there and we're all putting our heads together to try to figure out what's gone on. It's really important, because he needs to be found. It's been way too long. Little Miss Sharon says it's such a pity L.E. did not judge a book by its cover when they first entered the Proudfoot home on the 26th. I know. And I wish they would have taken them separately for questioning and things like they would normally do with others. And Roger's thinking about the RV too. I think it's valid, Oh, I'm glad you're here, Carla. I hope you get your paperwork done. Aw, thanks for being here. Yeah, I have the same sentiment. Brianna's World says, I support the creators that are trying to help Sebastian's case, but I can't support the ones that are for the Proudfoots, knowing that CP allegedly abused Sebastian physically, mentally, emotionally, and verbally. And I don't think anything was off limits. I agree with that, Brianna's World. And I also think that there was bullying. And I mean, there's proof of it, that there was bullying by CP's family to Sebastian, and I cannot overlook that. I never will. I don't think it's okay. You're a nurse, Michelle? Thank you for being a nurse. It takes a special person to do that. Apparently UA is a nurse. That's what she's told people. So I don't know, all right, guys. So I'm at the end of the comments, which is good. I finally catch up. I'm so sorry. I try to keep caught up on those, but now we're going to watch Hindsight's video. And I just kind of put some soft music in the background. It's called Sweet Child. And I'm going to read this for you all. Okay, full credit goes to Hindsight. So, missing in America, family of Tennessee teen Sebastian Rogers still without answers more than a year after his disappearance. The 15-year-old, who is on the autism spectrum, was not in his bedroom on the morning of February 26, 2024, and has not been seen since. And there's our Sebastian in his optimism t-shirt. Now, this was written April 3rd, 2025 at 11:54 a.m. It was released, looks like, by Anna Turning. Katie Proudfoot recalls the evening of Sunday, February 25th, 2024, as a typical one at home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Her 15-year-old son, Sebastian Rogers, got ready for bed around 9 p.m. and said, "I love you" to his mom and his two dogs, and then headed to his bedroom for the night. Star Wars t-shirt, and he's got the two little Morkies. Sebastian Rogers, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Katie remembers hearing a noise come from Sebastian's room around 10 p.m. "I hollered out to him and he answered me," Katie said. "I didn't think a whole lot of it." About an hour later, Katie went to bed. She had no idea her life would be very different in the morning. Monday morning, Katie went to her son's room. It was about 6 in the morning when I went to wake him up for school, Katie said. "I went in his room and I was like, dude, time to wake up. Time to get up. Normally, he will turn and look, and he didn't, and I realized he wasn't in his bed," Katie said. "The following moments are every parent's nightmare. I looked everywhere and around the house and I couldn't find him," Katie said. "I checked his bathroom and he wasn't in there. And I was like, okay, well, maybe he went to the kitchen, maybe he got up before me. And so I went through the house, and when I didn't see him is when I was starting to panic a little bit," Katie said, "and I ran through literally everywhere, and that's when I really started to panic." Katie said she jumped in her car and began driving around the neighborhood. Katie also called her husband, Chris, Sebastian's stepfather, who was out of town on a business trip at the time. What? It's like terror, Katie told Dateline. What happened? Where did he go? I was in my car and I stopped and I asked one of the ladies walking her dog, and she was like, no, I haven't seen him. And it really started to kick in at that point, Katie said. Katie says that she had headed to Sebastian's school and got a three-way call with her husband Chris at Sumner County Sheriff's Office. By the time she got there, she was told to turn around and head back home, that law enforcement was headed to their house. I was just like more and more coming up and looking every time someone came back and giving, Katie couldn't, finish the thought. Sebastian is on the autism spectrum. You wouldn't recognize him as a special needs person just by looking at him, Katie said. He is smart and capable and functional, but he does have areas that he struggles in. Katie told Dateline that Sebastian does respond differently to certain situations. He does have the sensory issue with loud noises, specifically like spontaneous ones, so he does avoid sudden and loud noises, she said. He also hates bugs and would avoid any area where he saw one, according to his mother. What Sebastian loves is water, swims like a fish, Katie said. Related as part of Autism Awareness Month, Andrea Canning sits down with the retired police captain who is training first responders on how best to interact with people with autism. A very large-scale response, Sheriff Craddock of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office told Dateline via email. Craddock directed Dateline to the TBI newsroom for more information. That morning, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office issued a missing persons report to begin efforts to locate Sebastian. An FBI endangered child alert, a TBI endangered child alert was pushed out and was then elevated to a statewide Amber Alert. The website, sorry guys. Sorry guys. TBI .gov, and that's the TBI website for tips. And that one is the one that I did send over a tip from the Missouri lead. And whenever I did that, they pushed an email out to say that one isn't checked 24 hours, but it is a public line. So, send the pictures there still. But I was wondering what you all thought of the story kind of changing, Oh, B Frank, you can go to, oh, you know what? Let me link it in the description. I'll link it for you in the description, B Frank. Thanks for being here. Or you can also go to Hindsight's channel, because that's who I I just showed her channel. So yeah, I never understood that either, Connie S. I never understood why they did not question KP and CP separately. I wish they would have, and I wish they would have been a little bit more aggressive, I guess. Aw, thank you, Pickle Me Elmo. I'm so glad that you're here. Thank you very much. She was blocking people that weren't supposed to be blocked, and so I had to take the wrench. But I'd rather not discuss, viewers and stuff like that. It just wasn't a good fit. And Michelle says she'll lie on Dateline, in my opinion, changing the story again, but refuse to let America's Most Wanted in their home or Sebastian's room, his home. Says a lot. I don't know. I didn't hear that they didn't allow him, or I didn't hear that they didn't allow him to, or the interviewers to go into Sebastian's room. That's interesting, Michelle. And I agree. I think that the interview that was just done was not kind of anything that we've heard before. And then I also still have the Mob Cruise video loaded in here, because I thought I deleted all of them, but it looks like I kept one in here of Katie actually doing not what she told Dateline, because she didn't have her windows rolled down. She wasn't driving slowly through the neighborhood looking for him. She was just driving through the neighborhood. Lainey says, my son is about to be 8 and he has so much in common with Sebastian. It hurts my heart. I have cut off many family members for giving him less consideration than his cousins because he has autism. I'm so sorry to hear that, Lainey. And I would do the same thing, and I think that it shows, who you are as a mom and what your character is just as a human being, because we should never let anybody have to feel like they're less than anybody else. We all have something to bring to the table. Hey, Adam Forever 21, good to see you. We all have something to bring to the table. I bet you if I tried to play chess with Sebastian, he'd probably wipe the floor with me, right? So there's a lot of things that I never underestimate somebody else. I never do. It doesn't matter how highly, I think of myself. So thank you, Lainey. And I'm sorry that he had to go through that. And I think you did the right thing. I really do. And B. Frank says, wait, he said, I love you to the puppies. I thought, yeah, her story was always, good night, mom, good night, puppies, right? And then went to bed. We never heard, I love you back. And Katie also said that she hollered to him, but she told Nancy Grace that, he specifically answered her back, but in this he didn't specifically answer. And then she just, I don't know. I didn't think anything of it. It was, so good catch, B. Frank. Thank you. See, and I agree with that, Connie, too. If you hear a noise, check. And I understand that Sebastian's 15. He's a young adult, right? He's a teenager, but what you think about him having the pocket of fluid on his brain if she did hear a thud, like she told Nancy Grace. Now she doesn't say thud here, she says noise. And you would think that you would be alarmed, and the first instinct would be to get up and check, and that's how I feel. Lori says, me too, Connie. Yeah. Little Miss Sharon. Yeah, any child, and it doesn't even have to be a child who has special needs. It's like, if you hear a loud noise in your kid's room, you just go and check on them naturally. You get up. Roger said, yeah, I would too. It's just kind of normal. And then also I thought it was strange, just kind of her saying that she drove around the neighborhood, and then Chris says that he may have had other shoes. Chris alludes to the fact that Sebastian may have had other shoes, in my opinion, from my perspective. I don't think that that's true. I think that they said from the beginning that all of his shoes were accounted for. But for Chris to change his story up a little bit like that is just very odd to me. And I don't know if it's done on purpose to cause drama, or if it's, a bad recall or what. But yeah, and see, that's what's wonderful, Lainey. I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah, he doesn't need people who can't love him for who he is. And that's a hard thing for all of us to learn throughout life, is that we cannot support people who don't support us. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, we have to stand up and set boundaries with people. And I don't think that that's a bad thing. And if somebody doesn't appreciate your boundary, then that's okay, but they don't need to be in your life then, if they don't want to respect that. And so, that's so true, be frank. And I think you're missing out if you don't give people the opportunity to get to know them and things like that. I think it's a huge disservice that we're doing to ourselves, and it doesn't have anything to do with the other person. It's the character of whoever's not allowing for that, because you'd be surprised. And Lainey says, excuse me, in my opinion, but where was all this energy when she sent the police to search the woods and tried to convince us he walked out without shoes? Bugs live in the woods. Come on, that's insane, in my opinion. Lainey, that is my thoughts too. Whenever she's saying that he wouldn't go where he knows bugs are, and he's 15, so he's old enough to know that the bugs live in the woods, in the outside, right? So even more so that he had a bad experience with bugs, fire ants, that he wouldn't leave the house barefoot in the middle of the night, And even Craddock said, I don't think he left without shoes. I'm not going to say he was barefoot. His mother says all of his shoes are accounted for. Oh, yes, and be frank, I'll be sure to link that in the description. Unless, mods, if you guys can find it and just link, actually, if you just drop Hindsight's link, you can read it on Hindsight's. And Brianna's World says, I have a huge problem with KP because she co-signed and allowed CP bad behavior towards Sebastian. CP gave KP a choice, either him or Sebastian. Well, Sebastian is now missing, and CP got what he wanted. I agree with that, Brianna's World. And I think it's something that we can't forget, even though there's a lot of people that would like us to. I still can't discount what happened there. I just can't, I think it's wrong. Lainey says, yes, be frank, my son is the sweetest, kindest, most amazing kid I've ever known. It's entirely their loss. Thank you. That's right. That is right. You know, and some people are too kind of like self-absorbed to even ever notice that, you know. Um, and Rocco Love says two things that are most likely true is Sebastian didn't walk out and poof vanish, and no stranger broke in a locked door. Based on those two things, what does that leave? I mean, I'm right there with you, you know, because I don't think that Sebastian walked off. I know for a fact he didn't poof vanish because we don't do that, right, as people. And I think that if somebody would have broken in, there would have been, you know, proof of that. But even the police are saying there was no proof, according to Seth. There's no proof that Sebastian walked out of the house that night, that he ever left the house. So I guess they're alluding to the fact that he made it home from the Texas Roadhouse, but they have no evidence that he left. And I agree with you. It would, you know, it would definitely only leave maybe two options, you know. I'm thinking there might even be a fourth option, but Cece says, Brianna, I hope he got what he wanted. Also hope all of it's worth to him and her. Aw, I know, Cece, I agree. And B. Frank says, in my opinion, Sebastian is with our Lord in heaven and being loved by so many. Well, he definitely is, B. Frank. And, you know, I try to keep the faith, and I know it's so difficult, and I know it is. You're welcome, Lainey. Thank you for being so kind. And I believe Sebastian is also, yeah, he's got so many, you know, I mean, and he's got so many people who love him, you know, and that's it's frustrating. It's very frustrating because it's not like, I don't know. He doesn't deserve any of this crap, you know? He just doesn't deserve any of it. Show Poodles, I am too. She says, I am still clinging to hope. Hope gets thinner with each passing day, though. It does. And it's just more and more frustrating, you know? Yeah, Brianna's World, I do agree with that. Yeah. Tennessee carries the DP, so whoever has done this to Sebastian could face the DP, you know, and I believe they should if they did something horrible to him, you know. Yeah, Rocco says it's a very simple case. The part that's difficult is what happened and where is he now. And, you know, in my opinion, Rocco, I agree with you, and I think that it's very clear what Craddock is saying now, that he's focused on finding Sebastian. And he doesn't foresee doing anything until he finds Sebastian, you know, in terms of, you know, moving forward with criminal charges, in my opinion. That's just kind of what I got from him, but I don't know what you guys think. CP said on one of the panels yesterday that they did the interview for, oh, okay, not at their home. Okay. So I must have missed that. No worries, Pickle Me Elmo. It's not your fault that people were being two-faced and horrible. We just kind of got off the subject, but you didn't know. You didn't know that. Yeah, Occam's razor since early on. Yeah, absolutely. It's you know, I think, you know, and I think that's why probably even up until close to the 6-month mark, I just thought, you know, this case is going to get solved. I mean, one of these days we're going to hear people are getting arrested and the police are going to be moving, you know, in, and they are going to take action. And we just never saw that happening, you know? And then when Dog the Bounty Hunter came onto the case and we had all of the momentum with At Night, I was like, oh, good, maybe something's going to, maybe something is going to happen. I had a good feeling. But it's tough because we just don't see that happening, and we all can see how obvious it is. So it's very frustrating. And B. Frank says, if that house goes up for sale, I think the realtor needs to do a luminol test before they sell it. I mean, I would agree. I just don't know how much they would find at this point since they've had so much time to clean the area, you know? They just really needed to do that, in my opinion, at first, which we still don't know if they have. I mean, to be fair, but oh, sorry guys, I just clicked the wrong thing here. Okay, sorry, I lost a good comment there. Oh, I'm sorry guys, I went to the... Oh, no worries, Rogue. You're fine. Brianna's World says, kids don't just go missing out of their bed in the middle of the night with no shoes. Exactly. 100%. 100%. Well, and you know, another, you know, part of my theory too is that I really don't think that Chris would have been standing by Katie if there wasn't some direct involvement with him and his parents. I just really feel like that. And I think, you know, logistically there had to have been more involved, in my opinion, you know. And I Am Two Bear says, Lori, I bet you do. They just may be very high functioning. You have to spend a lot of time with my daughter to figure it out. Most never know. Yeah, and you know, and that was another thing that kind of bothers me with Katie is the way that she talks about Sebastian being, you know, she calls him functioning like he's a sofa. He's not functional. You know, he's high functioning, right? It's just, it's very odd from a mom, especially because I've known a lot of moms that have had kids with special needs, and they don't just refer to their kids that way. Another thing that she said, that if you looked at him, he wouldn't look like a special needs person. And again, that just makes me, it's like she's on the outside looking in on her own child. It's weird. That's just how I feel, you know, and I don't know if you guys get that or what, you know. Aw, thank you, Rogue. Good night, Lil Redo. Thank you for being here. I know I'm gonna be calling it a day soon too. We went over a lot. There was a lot to unpack. There's still a lot to unpack, you know. Aw, Lori, that's so awesome. She says, my daughter works with autistic children and loves her job. It's a super rewarding job to have. It's like you're making a difference, but you're also, you know, dealing with some of the best people you will ever meet in your life, you know. So I'm so thankful that your daughter does that. It takes a special person to do that. It really does. And Brianna's World says Seth is doing everything he can to find Sebastian, and can't even imagine what he is going through, especially after he got the CPS paperwork. He said you wouldn't be able to sleep at night, and I believe him. I do too. And when he said that, it did haunt me, and it still does. So I appreciate you, you know, reminding us too, Brianna, because I think we forget really easily, especially when we're on information overload. And I think that's a lot of the strategy here is, you know, taking the focus off of Sebastian and onto a bunch of nonsense that really doesn't even matter. But at the end of the day, I think it's important to understand what people's intentions are moving forward, and then also to not let people who are doing hardcore rugs in the woods run the show and different things like that, or a guy that is willing to scream at his mother in front of everybody, is not a person that I would associate with ever, or stand up for, or want on my panel, or, things like that. And Lori says, Brianna, 100%, my heart hurts so bad for Seth. And mine does too, Lori. And the thing is that, I'm confident, though, in Seth that he's going to keep focused on Sebastian, and that's what I stay really grateful for and, hopeful for when I watch Seth's lives, or, when I see him posting, when he's trying to set up an initiative for us all to be calling and things like that. And I am going to be getting some more emails. Hopefully, I just need to call and, be kind and say, can I get a good email for you? And I used to ask that question all the time when I was working in real estate. So, I mean, it's not going to be that bad. But I noticed there wasn't a lot of emailing, and I wanted you guys to kind of participate in an email blast and get Sebastian's information out there. But then I realized there wasn't a whole lot of emails listed. So I wanted to work on that. Well, that's true, Little Miss Sharon. There may be something that they missed, and that is very true. I mean, luminol can catch things, for example, blood spatter and things like that. And of course, I don't like to speculate on that stuff, but it's tough. Rogue says, I'm gonna try to get a jet." Yeah, that is true. Calm Kitty says luminol is for blood. In my opinion, there is no blood. If Sebastian was unalived in the house, the cadaver dogs would have hit. Well, and see, that was another thing that was so cloudy, is that, the dogs hitting and not hitting. And, I wonder if these people that are interviewing are picking up on some of that. They have to be, they interview way more people and see all types of different people. So that's a good point. Thank you, Calm Kitty. And Show Poodle says, Brianna's World, I believe Seth also, he is a sincere man. He is, and he's just about finding Sebastian. He's not up there to, mess around. He just isn't. Good night, little Reddo. Town Chat Cafe says, I'm sending you another email with a revision of the poster size so they can just upload it to their Facebook background profile at the top. Okay, awesome, Town Chat Cafe. I uploaded mine to the Facebook, and it worked really, really well. It was beautiful. It looked really good. But I will. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I feel that, Rogue. I feel that. I think that woman has just associated with poor Sebastian long ago. Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. Hey, Jill. Jill says, yes, KP doesn't get it. She talks about him like Sebastian is her stepchild who she doesn't really connect with. I couldn't really believe that she kind of said it the way that she did. And these were all quotes from Dateline, so yeah, so true, Jill, Rogue says. And, that's what's hard to deal with, is because, I just don't hear mothers saying that. A mother would say, my child who's on the spectrum, my autistic child, and the autism diagnosis is very recent. So it's also very curious to me that the chromosome deletion's not mentioned, the pocket of fluid on his brain. Chris did talk a little bit on Clue, I believe it was, about the reason why Sebastian wore a corrective chest plate. But, and B. Frank says, I still don't think the dogs were given Sebastian's scent. I don't think they gave them anything Sebastian probably had on. They have been slick, in my opinion. B. Frank, I can't disagree with that. I really can't, because that's a really good point. They may have given the police, whatever, it's their word, right? So they could have given the police anything as a scent and been like, oh yeah, Sebastian wears this all the time, or this, he uses this blanket all the time, but really not. She did say that they took a hairbrush, which would have had Sebastian's DNA on it, but not particularly for a scent. I don't know. Thank you, Connie. Thank you so much. Yeah, Rogue thinks it's probable too. And Scranton says, in my opinion, CP didn't get what he wanted and KP got what she wanted because, oh, okay. Sorry, Scranton. I want to make sure I read that. I read that right. In my opinion, CP didn't get what he wanted. KP got what she wanted because CP told her, him, or me, and I hope you pick him. KP didn't. I mean, and that was up to her. The ball was in her court, right? Ultimatums are tough, especially in a relationship. Usually that's kind of a power play. I mean, it doesn't always have to be, and it's not always that way, but it's a bit of a power play. Like, you either do this or this is going to happen, so yeah, I totally see that. Scranton, that's a great point. And little Miss Sharon. My autistic daughter is nearly 18. I have spent that long making her feel safe. People meeting her now can't notice, but if she suddenly feels unsafe, she will explode and struggle. Yeah, and that's a great point too. And I think a lot of us are that way. We do need that safety. And so, I appreciate you doing that for her as well. And, understanding and identifying when she doesn't feel safe and knowing that there is going to be a struggle associated is just being a good mom, and realizing what your kiddos need. And I bet you she just, glad to have you, and in my opinion, she's lucky to have you, because we're not seeing that same connection here. It's just odd, Show Poodle says, yeah, that is bone chilling. It is. And Detroit Rock City says, Rogue, I agree 100%. I think she never really bonded with him and is emotionally detached, in my opinion. Yeah, I can definitely see that, and it's just kind of like a motherly thing that we don't see. And it's just odd to a lot of us, and I even have dads that come in here and they will tell us, so, our friend Napanoch father has told us, we just, it's just like not parental, I'm glad you're here, Scranton. We had a lot of information to get through tonight, so I was glad that we were able to. And in my opinion, she only started saying that he understands and he is high functioning, and you wouldn't know looking at him and all that because we all saw the Texas Roadhouse footage, and Seth told us he plays complex games. Lainey, that is a really good point. And I don't think we should overlook that, because in the beginning it wasn't, high functioning. It was more like Chris telling Duchess that, Sebastian is 15 and his age, but not in his, mind and body haven't caught up type of a thing. And now they're saying something completely different. And his teachers in the beginning said that if you saw Sebastian, you would think he had no deficits at all. So I agree. We hear differing stories and opinions and things like that. And it's just, part of it. It's just part of it. I know if the window was open, allegedly, you do realize that it would show up on the electric bill just how much the heat increased for that day with the window open. It could help the timeline. Oh, that is very true, Rogue. That's a good point. Yeah, and all of those little details need to be looked at again, in my opinion. I think that's a great observation. And Brianna's World says, I can see the pain on Seth's face and I can hear it in his voice when he speaks. When he talks about Sebastian, he is always smiling, and of course I was crying because it's sad and all Seth wants is Sebastian. I know, and it's so difficult. It's very difficult to sit and watch what Seth is going through and us not be able to help. It is very, very difficult, in my opinion. Thank you, Town Chat Cafe. I would check my email, guys, but I have my other phone is dead or unalived, rather. Sorry, I probably shouldn't say that word. Seth just wants his son back 100%. Yeah, Sammy, that is such a good point. She was saying he likes shiny pennies and paper clips. And Seth even said that a lot of the things they were saying in the interviews, they were aging Sebastian down a whole lot, like when they were saying that Sebastian grunts, and Seth is like, well, he used to do that when he was little, but he doesn't do that anymore. He grew out of that. So it's. Oh, I didn't know that, Detroit. That's a good point there. The windows had sensors on them when they bought the house, allegedly. And honestly, I think that would be a good thing to have on the windows just in case, especially. But see, they were saying that Sebastian never like eloped before. So usually, and I've known people also who have had parents who have Alzheimer's or dementia. And, sometimes they might wander off. And so a lot of times they'll have alarms on their doors just in case somebody opens it, they're alerted. So yeah, I forgot about that little tidbit there that allegedly there was sensors already on the windows, but maybe they took them off. Well, they had to have, for this to happen. Mountain Mama says, I think KP seems very detached, almost like she is watching a movie. Yeah, and I agree with that, Mountain Mama. And it just kind of leads me to believe that the disassociation is because she's not allowing herself to feel things because she knows what happened. That's my opinion. I mean, that's what they said, little Miss Sharon. She says, well, his day clothes must have been there to give to the dog handlers, right? I would imagine. And if I was the police, I would be demanding to find out where those clothes were, but I don't know. They weren't treating the Proud Feet like they should have in the beginning, in my opinion. Yeah, Lil Redo says, sorry, I don't think the dogs went on their house, just FYI. I don't remember there being the cadaver dogs there. But it's still so cloudy as to what the truth is and that sort of thing with the dogs. I know there were several dogs there. Yeah, Lori says KP looks like a prisoner of war. I mean, and honestly, I've gotten that vibe before too. But then we also see this vindictive side to Katie, so it's so hard. And people will be like, Lady Freedom, she's not a wilting rose or something. And I'm like, I know, you know. And B Frank says, Lil Miss Sharon, who really knows, because Ethan, KP's friend, Lori's son, had been there right before Sebastian was missing. Maybe they used his clothes instead. I have thought about a lot about this, the ifs. Yeah, and be frank, I don't think that's far-fetched at all, because the problem is they haven't been truthful. And then of course Ethan was there allegedly, so I think that could be something. I really do. Of course, little Miss Sharon, thank you for yours. You're awesome. You guys are all awesome. I think the dogs were there, but seemed like a big mess. It definitely seemed like a big mess, Holly S. I agree. Little Miss Sharon says, right, B Frank, we just don't know. And why now, a year later, is she coming out and doing these interviews after nearly a year of silence? I want to just tell her to go sit down and let Seth speak. I know, Scranton, it's frustrating to me too, especially when the story, it just isn't adding up again. And then, Chris throws that little detail in at the end, like, well, we don't know about the shoes or not. We're not really sure. You know what I mean? And it's like, what are you talking about? Like, you said that there were only 3 pairs of shoes that he had, that he was growing out of these shoes. I mean, it's just like, what the heck? Oh, Pickle Me Elmo says there was even a report of an open door by one of the neighbors. And see, didn't one of the neighbors say that they had saw someone standing in the kitchen too through the window? I remember that being said as well, Pickle Me Elmo. Thank you for your comment. And Lori says, exactly, Scranton. And Holly S says, in my opinion, when they said do not approach, they're trying to make him sound aggressive and like he has problems. I agree with that, Holly S, because I agreed with both of what they were saying. Take a picture, call law enforcement. But why would they say don't approach him? Because in the beginning, they were saying approach him calmly. In the beginning, Katie was saying, say his name and he'll look. He might not talk, because sometimes he doesn't talk, but he will look. And now all of a sudden it's don't approach him, just take a picture and call the police, which I understand that, in a way, but she did, Sammy. She gave little kid pics and describes a little kid with little kid behavior, almost like he's been missing for years. And I agree with that. And it's like, it's misleading, it's not helpful. It's giving us information that is false, in my opinion. And, the photoshopping on the missing flyer, or excuse me, on the missing yard sign, um, you know, and that's very possible. That's very possible. Well, and they use, using Sebastian's name in the past tense. I noticed that KP did that on Clueminati's, the other day. It was like, Sebastian liked this. He likes that. He liked that. It's not him saying that he likes it still. It's that he liked it past tense, right? So really, really odd. Thank you, Just Me. Thank you so much for being here. Yes, I'm gonna have to get down, guys, because I do want to go listen to Justin's live and kind of figure out what's going on. And then I also want to keep going with this initiative too. And I'm thinking I need to link Hindsight. I will link Hindsight's video right in the description too. Seth did say that the support that he gets does help him because he knows there's a huge army of Sebastian, for Sebastian, excuse me, and we support Seth. That's right. Yeah, and we all need people, and we need to keep fighting for Sebastian. There's so much to do. There's so much that we can be doing, and possibly a war of their own making, Sammy. I agree. And I'm not trying to be mean when I say that about prisoner of war. Sad but true. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times I definitely get that too. It just where she's not wanting to. I mean, I'll just put it this way: if Chris is willing to talk to his own mother that way, there's no telling how he's talking to Katie. And we already know what he's gone through with, the other wives, or what they've alleged. So. Yeah, I mean, it seems that way, crafting, that the thing about the dogs is they followed the track to the car, in my opinion. And that's the thing. We just got so many differing accounts of that. And because they said that the dogs also went to the retention pond, they were saying that in the beginning too. And it's just so confusing. And I Am Two Bear says, I have given thought that if there were a mattress issue, that they may have switched mattresses with Faith's. Was her room checked? I do not know. And that's another thing that Katie added in today, is that she went to Sebastian's bathroom. She's never told anybody she went to Sebastian's bathroom besides Dateline. That's the only time I've ever heard it. So she's going around telling people all kinds of stuff that wasn't happening, that we've never heard before, and that's undeniable, um, That's very true, Sammy. I think the attorney is probably getting them to work on a public perception. And, I think it's important, but I think the facts are more important. I think their public perception would change if they were to put out more facts. But, again, it was a whole live of people. What's Sebastian's favorite food? What's Sebastian's favorite song? Those things are not helpful. I'm sorry. At this point in the game, it's just not helpful. It's just not. So, Crafting and True Crime says, I noticed all 3 professional profiles I follow say the same thing about them. Yeah, Pat Brown was good. Who else was the other one that I saw that did a really good job? Peter Hyatt. Sorry, Peter, I forgot to mention you first. But yeah, I mean, he was the one that I actually, maybe it was Pat Brown that I watched first, but yeah, they were consistent, like, she's been missing from his life for years. She doesn't know grown up him well, and that's true. And we heard a lot about how she would not want him around a lot, and I think that has a lot to do with what you're saying, Sammy. I really do. And Rogue says, yes, the Bower Sox has funds to search for Sebastian on sonar. They just won't. Why? Because they know where he is, in my opinion. And I think they do too. I think they know where Sebastian is. I do. And it's just kind of waiting for a break to see, who will break first, I guess. And Scranton says, there is so much to listen to for the last year. There is not enough time in the day to listen to it all. And I've not even picked up one audio book since Sebastian disappeared. Oh, I know. It's kind of been like a blur, Scranton. It's like every time I think that I have a handle on what's going on in the case and I have certain working theories, it's like something else will come in and, it'll kind of knock it out of the water. So, yeah, you guys are agreeing with Rogue here, they could put $30K to $50K for airplane sonar equipment, but why? Because they probably know. Well, and it's like them detouring people with the drama, because good people don't want to get involved in that. They don't want to get threatened. They don't want to, be involved with people who are causing all that drama, it's just, I agree. Yeah, well, Bobby the neighbor mentioned that they looked in the neighbor's crawl space, but Katie never talked about anybody walking their dog and she didn't stop. That's one thing I wanted to show you guys. Thanks, Lori, for the green hearts. The neighbor had conveyed it, but it never came from Katie's mouth. Yeah, see, that's what I thought too. I am Two Bear, thank you. Peter Hyatt and the guy on the interview room was excellent too. Oh, Deception. That's the other one I forgot. Thank you, Crafting and True Crime Deception Detective. Yes, thank you. But yeah, let's watch this really quick, guys, just so I'll show it to you. This is from Chris over at Mob Crew.
Country. Yeah, 1 year ago today, Sebastian Rogers vanished from his Hendersonville home without a trace. Hundreds of tips have poured in, but still no Sebastian.
Sebastian's mother and stepdad sat down with our Holly Thompson, who joins us now with how they're handling everything 1 year.
It is every parent's worst nightmare, waking up and learning that your child is possibly missing. Many of my viewers and or parents I have spoken to over the past few weeks share similar stories where they have either lost one of their children for a few seconds to maybe several minutes, and usually the first thing they said they did was run around frantically shouting their child's name. Well, on February 26 of 2024, Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old autistic teen whose mother claimed she woke up to find out that her son was not in bed or home. After searching the home, the mother, Katie Proudfoot, would then drive to his school and back 30 minutes after she found out he was missing. As she came back, she drove up and down the immediate neighborhood, meanwhile having a three-way phone call with the stepfather and law enforcement. Sounds about what most parents would have done, right? Although this looks and sounds good on paper, there was something wrong when looking at the screenshots of footage that morning Sebastian Rogers went missing. Now let me show you the major red flag. This is a photo taken at 6:32 and 23 seconds as the mother drives up the road just parallel to their home. At the end of this road is a four-way dead-end street called Devon Court. Although heavily wooded area just beyond the neighborhood north, and a new development and construction adjacent to this neighborhood to the east, Katie Proudfoot would quickly turn around and would be seen nearly 32 seconds later coming back down the same road. And you tell me what you see is majorly wrong with this picture. This is literally a screenshot of Katie, the mother who only discovered 30 minutes prior that her son is missing. No window down, does not appear to be scanning between homes. She is literally seen driving up this road at a decent speed, not stopping to look between the homes, and is literally seen making a quick U-turn at the top. Law enforcement hasn't yet arrived, and this mother makes no attempt to shout out his name or scan between the yards. This is Seth Rogers, the biological father, who sadly had to learn about his son missing just after getting off work early at 7 a.m. He arrived there about an hour later. This is what he did shortly after learning about his son going missing.
Thing was going on in the house. I left. I turned around, got in my truck, and started driving everywhere with my window down, screaming for my son. If he ran away, I don't know how long he's been gone. They didn't tell me when they thought that he had gone missing. I didn't have any type of time frame. No, nothing. I just started driving around. Like, I took a road until
That's right. The first thing he did was drive around with the window down, screaming Sebastian Rogers' name. Seth Rogers, the father, would actually lose his voice 5 days after Sebastian Rogers had gone missing due to screaming Sebastian's name. Now let me ask you, why wouldn't his own mother do the same? This is Sebastian Rogers. He has been missing over a year now, and things don't add up with the mother and stepfather. There is a reward for information leading to Sebastian Rogers and or the people possibly responsible. Please share this, like this, and comment below. If you are a parent, maybe you lost your child. What did you do, or what would you do? And thank you so much for watching.
Okay, guys, so that was just, Chris from the mob crew, and he had obtained the still from one of the neighbors that was showing that Katie wasn't doing what she said she was doing during the interview with Dateline. So I might do a comparison on some of the things that don't add up in her story here with Dateline, because if I don't, I think it's going to bother me. Tracy, good to see you, Tracy. Thanks for being here. She says, whatever the outcome with CP and KP, they know what happened to Sebastian. They know where he is. And the one question that has always been unanswered is why. Yeah, and playing semantics and games, $1 million question. Thank you, Rogue. Thank you so much. Little Miss Sharon says, I've lost my daughter heaps of times when she was younger, but I found her each time, and sometimes the police found her. Yeah, and see, that was kind of the impression they were giving to law enforcement, in my opinion, at first, was that Sebastian could have walked off. And so that is very common, and I'm just so glad that you found her. And that had to have been so scary. My goodness, thank you for sharing that with us, Little Miss Sharon. Um, oh, I know. AM2 Bear says, not sure my heart would survive that terror. Oh my goodness, it'd be just so hard, you know. And Scranton says to Tracy, yep, lots of reasons to speculate, but only one makes sense. It must be due to CP and his daughter, because Sebastian was already going to live with Seth. And that's a, a big part of, motive for me too, Scranton. It really is. And Tracy says, KP, in her own words, no false narrative. She was the one in the house that night with Sebastian. Exactly. And, we can't overlook or forget that too. We just can't. And I just can't believe she wouldn't be looking. It was from a neighbor, Rogue, who had given him the photo, and he was able to create that video. And it just shows that what she told Dateline is false. You know. And Jill says, my granddaughter has 1Q21.1 micro duplication syndrome. She can talk and basically take care of herself, but needs help in other areas. Yeah, thank you for sharing that with us, Jill. And I think that has been overlooked. And also with, in terms of Sebastian's chromosome deletion, also knowing that Sebastian was recently diagnosed late with autism, according to what we've heard. It's weird that wouldn't be their go-to, because that would be and maybe I'm wrong, but that would be the initial diagnosis that they're used to telling people. He does have a chromosome deletion. There may be some emotional issues, mirroring autism. But yeah, thank you so much for sharing that, Jill. Aw, thank you, Rogue. I did not, Tracy. Did anyone see Mob Crew yesterday with the school bus? Why did Katie go to the school when the bus was there? So many questions, and they both have the answers. I agree with that, Tracy. That is so weird. I saw the big bus. I got through probably like 20 minutes of it, and then, gosh, I pooped out. I did. And wow, and I haven't watched Justin yet. Wasn't home. I always have to rewatch Justin's lives, different schedules. I know. I try to catch him on the live, but I do have to hit the replay crew. So yeah. Adam Forever 21. Oh yeah, I just saw the Dateline. What a bunch of bullshit ski. I know, I'm telling you. And I think we need to probably do a little bit of a comparison dive on what was said before and what's being said now, because there's a lot of differences I noticed. I can only say, when your child is missing, your mind is not thinking clearly. Right, Little Miss Sharon, and thank you for reiterating that for us, because that's really important to remember too, and to think about, considering, in the case. Um, yeah, well, sometimes it does, Rogue. For me, I'm the cat, so I get it. And Forever, Adam Forever 21 says, yep, she didn't even ask the bus driver. See, and that's what's so weird. Like, you would think she would. Like, did he get on the bus? Did you already pick him up? Oh, that's such a good point. Um, oh, okay, yeah. Tracy says, my eldest son was diagnosed with autism at 19, after a serious assault, court, etc. Oh my goodness. Court had to find his understanding for trial. My son was the victim. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. And that's the part of the awareness that needs to be known when we're dealing with someone who has different tendencies, right? Because not everything that you would classify as quote unquote normal behavior, but well, that is normal behavior for them, though. That's part of how their behavior is. Typically that's their baseline, right? And so thank you for sharing that, and I'm glad that you were able to get a diagnosis. And gosh, I'm just so sorry. Those misunderstandings can be, of epic proportions when we're dealing with someone who is on the spectrum, or who has special needs, and the other people are unaware of it. It just, yeah. He did, Sammy. I believe that because he was talking a lot of smack about him. Um, you know, when I saw that from Mob Crew, and the driving Katie did, in my opinion, that was just for show. I agree, Tracy. I mean, she doesn't have the window open. She's not hollering out. She's driving at a faster rate of speed than, you would typically see somebody driving at if they're trying to look for anybody, if they're trying to look for someone, let alone their son. And she says she was frantic, but she doesn't look frantic there. Um, you know, I don't think that would be wise either, Sammy. I think that Chris would mop the floor with Chris and intelligence. Um, Tracy says, sad, angry part of a parent with a child with learning problems. No one will do anything until something bad happens. Tracy, we've talked about that here. And I feel that frustration, because it shouldn't have to get to a point where something bad happens for there to be action taken. There's a lot to be said about preventing things from happening. And I know it's hard because a lot of times law enforcement doesn't do anything until something happens, and it's usually something bad, right? And then we're like, oh, we need a new law and stuff. But if we would have just prevented it before, and, nipped it in the bud when we knew about a red flag or whatever, I think it would be more helpful. Oh, for Easter? That's so awesome, Lori. Oh my goodness. I know there's just so much that happened in the last couple days. It's just crazy. Um, Thanks, Adam Forever 21. Hey, Shadow. Yes. Oh, Tracy says thank you. He's good. Me as mom, Gil, he was asleep. Oh goodness. Oh, Tracy. Don't ever look at that as something of your fault, though, because there's just so many sick weirdos in the world, and I'm so sorry. Cece says, did Chris want to go back onto Mob Crew just to scream at him and tell him how wrong Mob Crew has it? Yeah, I think so. But he does not go into male chats that he can't not easily bully. Right. Well, and a lot of these bullies think that just because someone is kind and nice and thoughtful, that their kindness is a weakness. It's not. It's a strength. It's a superpower. If you have not let this world, or the YouTube verse for that matter, make you bitter, then that to me is strength, courage, uh, determination, motivation, inspiration. Like, I can just go on and on. And the way that they think just because somebody is kind that they're, for one, stupid, or that they're a pushover, that's far from the truth. That's very far from the truth. And so, no, I think that if you're a sweet person, and you're over the age of 40, we'll say. I might regret this statement later. But and if you haven't let this world make you bitter by now, that's saying something, that's saying something. Oh, Scranton. Oh. See, and that just, that's how we, you have to do that as a parent. You have to know when to change the trajectory. You have to protect your kiddos, and you guys know. Tracy says that's why Sebastian and other stories hit home for me. So many, everything he had to go through in that house and nothing. And now he's gone. I agree. I agree 100%, Tracy. And it's like, kind of, we talk about it a lot over here too, just about having faith and knowing that God has a plan, and that's part of it. I think too, sometimes the stuff that we have to go through makes us more compassionate and caring and empathetic to other people. When we go through tragedies in our own life, when we can see the similarities and we can say, no, I need to stand up here because I know how this feels and I've been where this family's been. Cece, if Chris went on Justin's, I would, definitely be there. Oh, I said the same thing. Be frank. She says I can see how adults bully on YouTube streets, and I can only imagine how kids are in school. It's sad. It's like they never grew out of it. It's like, we kind of all learn when we're younger that, like, bullying isn't where it's at. You don't want to be that person. You don't want to make somebody else feel bad. If we were kids, I don't think any of us can say that we've never been bullied when we were a kid. But in the same way, you kind of grow out of it, right? Because you realize that's not the place to be. These people are stuck there, and they spend all of their time doing that, and it's very, very sad. Nope. Shadow, I said Chris is not allowed on my panel either. He's not allowed over here. Because, he just doesn't act the right way, And Tracy says that was funny with CP wanting to go on to Mob Crew, and he can't. Time to show CP he won't get his own way, and he does show his true colors when he can't. That's why we want more. Well, and that's true, Tracy. And but I really like, that's another reason why I like Chris from the Mob Crew, is because he's like, no, I'm not doing this, And I think after all of Chris's antics on other panels, and then he wants to go over and act like an angel on Clues, or act like, oh, I'm just a calm guy. I don't know why anybody, I'm calm. I'm all right. Even though that morning he was yelling at his own mother. And Chris is like, no, thank you. I have to. I mean, that's just a boundary that has to be set. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. Yeah, I think something about the towed vehicle, be frank, probably. Yeah, yeah. Anything triggers him, though. I don't know. Shadow says, did Chris say all that after he couldn't go on Mob Crew's channel? I'm not sure. I don't know which one happened first, so I don't want to say the wrong thing. Exactly. Little Miss Sharon says, it's okay, Lady Freedom. We all learn at a different rate. That's true. That is true. Rogue Jinx, pinch poke. You owe me a Coke. You can't talk to someone says your name. You guys. B. Frank says, see, those are fun things that I don't mind staying young about, or like me joking about the Ninja Turtles. B. Frank says, Rogue, there was a car impounded the other day. I will go back and check to see where I saw that. Thanks, B. Frank. Well, I thought the 3 a.m. car had been impounded is what people were saying, but I wasn't sure. And Adam Forever 21 says, yeah, who cares what he has to say? I mean, he just spouts nonsense. He's not going to be respectful on the panel is the problem, so it's just going to cause a bunch of crap. And then people that you don't want in your chat are all of a sudden in your chat, like, I don't need views that bad, they can have the views. Lady Freedom has a strict rule, no CP. Does anyone blame her? I said that so long ago too, Rogue. I was just like, and if things had changed, my opinion would have too. But yeah, I can't. B Frank says, Rogue, I believe it was Julie's page, but I will go back and look. Oh, thanks, B Frank. And Annie, good to see you, Annie. Annie Ruler says, I call them mean girls. They have been run out of U.S. and live in Cabo now, a sunny place for shady people. They're perfect. They perfect their skills. I ignore them. Jealous, in my opinion. Yeah, and you have to. You really do, until it's time to address it. But until then, you just have to ignore it. And I agree with you. You're very right, Annie. It's kind of like you're dealing with like Regina George when she turns the burn book in, right? When she's acting like she's this huge victim and she has no idea about the burn book, but really she's like the main one, and calls herself a fugly slut. Oh, that movie is great. Yeah, a grown man throwing tantrums was uncalled for, and it's just for attention, and I just don't want that around, Oh, B Frank says yes, the 3 a.m. car. Thank you, B Frank. And sorry, guys, there we go. And Tracy says, you back people like Chris into a corner and not let them get their own way. That's typically when they start to make the mistakes and say something out of anger. He has. Yeah, and there were a couple times where he slipped up in Clues Live about his feelings for Mob Crew, Yeah, really, Shadow. And I'm praying for Chris too. And I hope everybody else does. I know he said he was having some stomach issues. That's part of what I was watching in the beginning of his live. So yeah, and nobody needs that nonsense, especially when, your stomach's already sick and, don't add Chris to the mix or, you're asking for it. CP has shown some of the nasty ways to other channels because they let him. Why he thinks he is clever. Mob channel. He won't come on now. He's desperate. CP is pathetic. Well, and I think he wanted to like go after him too because of all the stuff with SF. But it's like I wouldn't give him the time of day either. I'm glad that Chris declined. Excuse me. And Annie says, even when chats have someone begging for attention, if we ignore them, they drink another shot and change channels. Ignoring is key. Thank you, Annie. I agree. I agree. Well, guys, thank you all so much for being here. And we're going to get into more in depth of this stuff tomorrow. I could probably get enough content for the next month on what happened in the last couple of days. Just kind of trying to iron it out. But, I appreciate all of you being here and helping me figure all of this out because there's too many different accounts to really understand it yet. But I know that the truth is always going to come out, no matter what, no matter how long it takes, no matter how frustrating it can be. The truth will always come out. So let's pray for that. And Tracy says, Most Wanted is the one that I will really bring out his true colors without CP realizing it. I can't wait for that one. Me neither. And I hope John Walsh got a chance to talk to those two and get a good read on them. I'm really hoping. Let's pray for Sebastian, guys. Don't forget, if you have a couple of minutes, definitely reach out to some of those numbers that are on my community post. Just call, reach out to them, let them know what's going on with Sebastian so we can help Seth. I think it was a subpoena, Annie. From my understanding, thank you for your question. I believe it was a subpoena for the next upcoming court date with Bullhorn Betty, which is going to be mid-April. So Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Thank you for the green hearts, Tracy. Thank you all so much for being here. And I will see you tomorrow, and we will talk some more about Sebastian's case. And thank you. Thank you so much, Lori. Sweet dreams, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, guys. You guys are awesome.